I need to continue this. I need to.
何なの？大切なお知らせって。
Oh.
聞いてくれフルフル。僕たちのイメージソングが CD になって登場するんだ。
What?
嘘だー。
Wait. What is happening? Am I in
嘘ポーン
I thought I was going on a
いつも同じような登場じゃ飽きたとお嘆きだったからね。
ちょっぴり趣向を変えてみたの。
I mean, I would buy the CD, but still.
僕たちはエンターテイナー。
If I had the money, I guess.
そして舞台は生もの。
たまにはアドリブもなくっちゃだわ。
Okay, these two are great.
二人とも和ませてくれてありがとう。申し訳ないけどまだ第二の試練をどうするか僕たちは相談中なんだ。もう少し時間が欲しい。できれば静かな時間をね。
申し訳ないねジョージ君。その第2の試練について本当に大切なお知らせがあるんだ。
ある人には朗報、ある人には強報かしら。
強報の人はもう事情を察してるだろうからね。何の話かわからない人たちは全て朗報さ。
ベアトリーチェ様、何でもありません。
5 people were there. Only Battler was missing. Beato's expression was dark, and she kept hanging her head. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler.
第2の試練を前にバトラ君がリタイアしたことをお知らせしたい。
Ooh, everyone murmured just what had happened.
魔女のゲームは彼を永遠に待ってくれるけど、愛し合う二人は永遠には待てないの。
恋はまさにアイスクリーム。甘くとろけるけれど早く食べなければ失われてしまう。彼の復帰を待てるほど僕たちのゲームは気長じゃない。
朗報というのはそういう意味か。そりゃライバルが減るのは嬉しいけどよ、他人の不幸に喝采して喜ぶと思ったら大間違いだぜ。
一番強敵だと思ってたバトラ君がね。理由は聞かないよ。視界の悪魔たちがそう言うならそういうことなんだろう。
Well, I wanted to see George versus Battler. I needed to see that fight.
私はもう試練の資格を失うそうです。
これは愛し合う二人の絆を確かめ合う試練だからね。
今のバトラ君はそれができる状態じゃない。だからこの二人のペアは失格なの。本当にお気の毒。
しかし彼女もこの三つどもえの愛の試練の参加者の一人さ。だからこのまま見届け人として立ち会ってもらおうと思うんだ。
Could you be more blatant?
それは明暗だわ。彼女にも試練を乗り越えた二人を祝福する資格はあるんだもの。
Oh, so this is...
君はそれでいいのかい？
はい、最後まで見届けようと思います。そしてそれでも彼がすぐに戻ってきて資格を取り戻し、私と一緒に再び試練に戻ってくれることを信じています。
Could you be more... Could you be more selfish?
私は彼女に見届け人の資格があると思います。
Of course she has. They're the same person.
邪険にする理由もありません。
Oh my god.
しかし申し訳ないけれど強力なライバルが減ったんだからね。バトラ君たちには悪いけど今のうちに僕たちの試練を決着させておきたいところだよ。
さすがはジョージ君。私の中ではあなたが一番の本命なの。
その冷酷さを備えた愛がむしろ熱さを際立たせてくれるんだね。
とにかくこれで3組は2組に減り3組になっていた状態は解消されたわけだ。僕たちは1対2で負けることに怯えてきたから積極的に戦えなかった。
1対1ならただ潔く決闘するだけです。結局最初からそうするべきだったって単純な結論になるわけだな。
The last time Jessica went against George, both of them just died. The four people stood up as though responding to some invisible summons and faced each other, glaring. I guess they mounted their strongest attacks against the ones they were fighting and just... and... oh, it was Gap who transported them to each other. Only Beata was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers possessed an unbreakable, strong bond. Then isn't that enough? Their love is already real. There's no need to test it. So why must they fight? The winners would be bound together by a magical miracle, and the defeated will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we'll fall apart without a magical miracle? It's because they are... both Kanon and Shannon and Beatrice are the same person, so they cannot love more than one person. They cannot promise themselves to one person, they must decide which one. That's the problem here. Why is a demon's game like this necessary? I don't understand. No, these people aren't important right now. I have to think of a trick for escaping as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler's son from that closed room.
Butler の話を聞いた。厄介なことになったらしいな。お姉様。可愛い妹にして、一なる自分の片割れであるそなたを、わらわも助けたい。わらわなりにバトラの密室の謎に挑んでいるが、これは難解だ。まるで、ただの鎖を、知恵の輪だと偽られているかのようにさえ感ずる。ラムダデルタさんに言われました。かつてのベアトリーチェなら、絶対に解けるトリックだって。お姉様にはわからないんですか？そのかつてのベアトリーチェという存在は、わらわたちが一つの姿となった。わらわとて、その身の一部分に過ぎぬ。解ける道理はない。
In other words, no matter how much we think in our incomplete forms, we won't be able to understand. Both the older and the younger sister have no way of solving this riddle. Beato Sol shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind.
私は諦めません。あの密室は心を急速に蝕みます。一刻も早く助け出さなければ、バトラさんの心が壊れてしまう。無論わらわも知恵を貸すことはいとわぬ。しかしわらわとてあの密室は見当もつかぬのだ。
Battler, what a hole you put yourself into this time, old man.
私たちで知恵を出し合えば、それはきっと一なる私たちが至るのと同じ答えのはず。
I remember Lambda Delta's voice acting from the last part I did, the last video. Oh, she talked about it and she was trembling.
どうかお姉様も諦めずにお知恵をお貸しください。どうしてあのバトラのためにそこまでせねばならぬのかは相変わらずわからぬが、いいとも。他ならぬ自分自身の頼みである。わらわも知恵を絞ろうぞ。
ごらんフルフル、二人のベアトが一緒に考えているよ。
あの二人は本当にバトラを救い出せるのかしら。
救い出せるさ。愛の奇跡さえあればね。
そうねゼバル、愛の奇跡さえあれば絶対に。
ねえフルフル、僕たちがあの密室を解くヒントを与えてるって気づくと思う？
Oh. The two Beatos huddled together, and straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan for saving Battler. It was as though they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel.
気づくわ。愛があれば絶対に。
Oh my god. Okay, these two demons, they were demons of love. Love is the single element, the source of all miracles. Could the miracle of love provide an answer for a closed room trick?
また出たわ。愛がなければ見えない。そのキャッチコピーが概念的なものとしては通用するのも理解するわ。でも密室トリックは情愛のかけらの一切混じらない純粋かつ冷酷な算数パズルよ。
Oh, Angie doesn't understand it.
一体この悪魔たちは何をヒントだと語っているの？
私はすでにある答えを持っている。この悪魔たちの発言はそれが正しいことをさらに教えてくれている。
はいはい、あんたはすごいわ。いつだって勝手に正解が分かってる。
Of course, she wrote it.
そして私には一言も教えてくれないんだわ。観測者ルールにのっとるならあんたがそれを私に教えない限り、あんたは正解が分かったふりをしてるだけの嘘つきの可能性もあるってわけだわ。
やはり口の悪い巫女は良い。良いぞ人の子よ。
Child of man.
私にとっては巫女の皮肉や雑言は神楽と同じ。
ああ、本当にイラつくご主人様だわ。お兄ちゃんのバカ、どうしてあんな密室を自ら。
Closed room like that yourself.
考えるがいい人の子よ。考えるのは物語の中の人物だけの仕事ではないぞ。朗読者のそなたにも思考を楽しむ権利がある。私はそれを見るのが楽しい。
かけてもいいわ。あんた前の巫女には絶対愛想をつかされて逃げられたんだわ。
Oh.
私をなじって楽しむもよし、二人のベアトと共に悩むもよ
Did
し。
Satoko ran away from Ren?
そなたが考えぬ限り
I guess she
物語
did.
は進まぬぞ。
どうしてよ。私は朗読者でしょ。ただ黙々と読み進めればいいだけの話でしょ。
Oh. That was quick.
いいえ、考えてほしいのです。
Look
読
back.
み手のあなたにも。
I want you, the reader, to think too. It's right in there in the face.
あんたつくづく嫌な作家ね。
Nah, it's the best author. Of course, Angie hadn't reached the end of the manuscript she was reading. However, it will end with just a few pages more. What about the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope about. If you want to read more, do what I tell you.
クール。これはお嬢が一本取られましたぜ。
Okay. Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets to the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this evil business practice.
あなたなりの意見が推理が欲しいのです。それを先に私に話してくれたら、この続きの原稿をお渡ししましょう。
バカにしてるわ。こんなふざけた真似をされてまであんたの言いなりになると思う？
お嬢、まあまあまあまあ、落ち着いて。俺も先が読みたいですから頭を冷やしてくださいって。八条先生、原稿の続きですが、密室トリックの答えやいろんな謎の真相も書かれているんですよね。
もちろん、もっとも何も考えぬ思考なき者が読んでもわかるようには書いてありませんが。
あんたいつか熱烈な読者に裏切られたって刺されるわよ。
それを分かっているから人前に出ないのですよ。
Oh, she's saying that she's gonna get stabbed, not betrayed.
人の子よ。
Child of man again.
とにかく八条先生はこうおっしゃいたいわけだ。まずは答えを聞かせろ。答え合わせはその後だと。
その通りです。青年、意地悪がしたいのではない。本当の意味で物語の結末をしっかりと理解してほしいから尋ねているのです。
天草、あんたすっかり楽しんでるでしょ。ああ、そういえばあんたはテレビのクイズ番組とかめちゃくちゃ大真面目に挑戦してたもんね。なるほど、人生をあんたの方が私より数段楽しんでるみたいだわ。
Tell me your answer.
さあ、バトラーを密室から出す奇跡のトリックをどうかあなたも考えてください。
What miraculous trick could get Battler out of that closed
考
room?
えたものにこそ、いえ、考えたものにしかこの続きを与えたくないのですから。
Let me pause for a second and think. This is the author telling me that the detective gathered all the clues. I formed a few theories here, 2 of them. One from last video and one I made now. The one from the last video is Erika, the murderer, is the one who put the seals in Battler's closed room. However, she could easily remove Battler's body before she put the seal, making her the one who saved Battler. Making her the one who could save Battler. She just has to retroactively place his body outside the room before she puts the seal, so she can save her quote-unquote fiancé. The second theory I came up is Shannon and Kanon are the same. They are Beatrice as well. Shannon and Kanon cannot save Battler because they are locked behind the Red Truth. However, Beatrice was never stated to be behind the 2 sealed rooms. So she can exist outside even after the fact. So while Shannon and Kanon cannot move, Beatrice can, and Beatrice can save Battler, can exchange places. They're shoddy theories. I made them up in a few minutes here, but I guess one of them both. I guess the Beatrice theory is the more credible one because they want to know they want to go through the angle of love. Erika doesn't have love, so she cannot save Battler, I guess. Okay, I've made my theories. Now let's confirm what the detective is, what the author wants. In the Witch's Cathedral, no, considering everything that's going on in here, maybe it could be called a demon's abode. Erika, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, though she thought herself alone on that balcony, she saw a shadow. It was Lambda Delta.
ラムダデルタ教でしたか。こんなところにお一人でいらっしゃるとはお珍しいです。ああ、あんた大勝利おめでとう。おかしいわね。あんたには前回もそんなことを同じ場所で言った気がするわ。
And always it goes wrong, I guess. That wasn't exactly a compliment. However, Erika was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like one.
さっきちらりと聞こえてしまったのですが。何？ラムダデルタ教もかつてどこかの大魔女のゲーム版で駒ともてあそばれ無限地獄に閉じ込められた経験がおありとか。
The experience of being toyed with as a piece on some great witch's game board. Is this Iwa-san, Featherine? Maybe. I guess it's so. Erika had a crude triumphant look on her face, as though she managed to pry into some embarrassing memory from the other's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least a bit flustered, and instead gazed down from the balcony in silence.
あるわ。私は何年閉じ込められたかしら。ベルンみたいに 私も律儀に数えていればよかったかしら。
Wait. How many years? Maybe I should have counted them like
う
Bern.
ん、多分数えなくて正解だった
Wait.
わ。
Oh, you both were locked?
数えてしまったからベルンは壊れてしまったのよ。
Oh no. What happened?
我が主もロジックエラーの地獄に落ちたことがあるというのですか？あるわ。ロジックエラーを起こしたのはあの子ではないけれど。
Though she wasn't the one responsible.
主がゲームマスターではない。
Oh. Oh, so this is gonna happen in Sotu then. Oh no. Or maybe, I don't know if
そうよ。
it's 4 episodes left.
当時あの子はまだ自覚さえしていない小さな駒だったわ。ロジックエラーを起こしたのはベルンの主であるゲームマスターだった。
Is it gonna be the sword?
我が主も魔女の駒だったのですか？ええ、あの子の主。これがまたひどいやつでね。
Oh.
自分で作ったゲームのはずなのに途中でゴールがわからなくなっちゃってスタートとゴールがつながった。ドーナツみたいな壊れたすごろくを作ってしまったのよ。
She lost sight of what her goal was.
ゴールをなくしたとは
Oh.
ロジックエラーってことね。どうやれば自分の望むゴールにたどり着けるか。そいつは自分のすごろくをロジックを描けなかった。
Oh. Oh, Lambda Delta. So this. Oh. So Satoko enjoys too much tormenting and torturing Rika, but she doesn't know how to reach her goal of making Rika stay in Hinamizawa. So,
だか
oh.
らいつまでもすごろくは壊れたままでゴールがなかった。ならば自分一人で静かにそれを悩んで考え出せばいいのに、そいつはあろうことかその考えることさえも駒であるベルンに任せっきりにしたのよ。
Instead, she despicably left even the thinking entirely to her peace
無
bird.
限の猿の定理って知ってる？
Oh.
猿が無限の時間の中でいつか偶然にも文字列がハムレットと
Oh
全
my
く
God,
同じ文章になるかもしれないという
I'm
理
having
論。
deja vu here. Ewa said the same thing in Go. Holy shit. Ah, it's killing me.
暴論ですね。ひどい地獄よね。ベルンは無限の時間の間意味もわからずデタラメにタイプライターを叩かせられて、ゲームマスターは自分さえ思いつかないゴールを彼女に作らせようとしたのよ。
Oh my god. Is this gonna happen in... Oh man. Could Erika even imagine how horrible a hell that would have been? A job you have to do 100 times, and a job with a 100% of chance of success that you have to keep doing repeatedly. Probabilistically, they may look very similar, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it, and eventually it does end. However, a job that succeeds with 1 out of 100 probability doesn't reflect the hard work of the individual in the slightest. Everything is left to luck. In the worst case scenario, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last for more than 100 years.
タイプライターの鍵盤数っていくつくらい？100個くらいかしら。それをデタラメに叩いてハムレットになる確率って何分の1だと思う？
Oh my
想
god.
像もつかないです。多分それはあまりに天文学的。そう、もはや無限にも等しい時間よ。それほどの気の遠くなる時間を奇跡を打ち出すまでタイプライターを叩かせ続けられたのよ。それが奇跡の魔女。
Oh.
あの子が魔女じゃなかったら、いえ、魔女になれなかったら、多分今も永遠にタイプライターの前にくくりつけられた黒猫のままだったわ。
She would probably still be a black cat, strapped to that typewriter for
あの子
eternity.
は奇跡に愛され、見事に奇跡を打ち出し、魔女となってあの地獄を生還したの。その地獄があまりに長すぎて、過酷すぎて、 あの子の心はすっかり壊れてしまった。だからあんなにも意地悪で残酷な魔女に。あんたも選べるならあんな主は嫌だったでしょ。
そんなことはないです。我が主の駒となれて私は光栄です。我が主は強き者、虐げる者です。弱者を踏みつけるのは当然の権利なのです。
いじめる側の人間ってわけ。
She's a human on the bully side of life.
最上級のいじめっ子の作り方って知ってる？
いいえ。
簡単よ。短い時間でもいいからたっぷりいじめて、不意にそれをやめ、今度は力を与えるの。これをやれば誰であっても最上級のいじめっ子に生まれ変わるわ。
Bully them horribly, even if it's just for a short time, then suddenly stop and give them power. Oh my god, this is hinting towards something.
しかもすごいことに、本人はほんの3日しかいじめられてなくても、自分はいじめられっ子だと信じながら最上級のいじめっ子として君臨するの。
So you bullied Rika throughout those loops, and then she became the meanest witch. Oh man, because of that.
それが我が主と何か。
Okay.
あんたにベルンのことは何も分かってないわ。だから私はね、ベルンがどんなに冷酷で残忍で最悪なゲロカスであっても、私だけはあの子の本当の姿を知っててあげたいの。そして私もね、私の本当の姿を理解してくれるのは地獄の生還者であるあの子だけだと思ってるのよ。あんたは私とベルンの仲を嫉妬してるみたいだけど、諦めなさい。あんたがくぐってきたと思ってる地獄なんて、私たちが這い出してきた地獄では瞬き一つ程度のもんなんだから。
You youngers don't know suffering until it hits you in the face. Oh. My hell is greater than yours. Or like pain. My pain is greater than yours. Oh no, this comparing suffering is this time Erika was probably the one being mocked, and I'm mocking the the trope of my pain is greater than yours. The discouraged expression on her face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words.
お言葉ですが、地獄は長さではなく深さだと考えてます。
That's also a cliche.
ふーん、言うじゃない。真実の魔女エリカ。ラムダデルタ教の潜られた地獄を私は存じません。そして私が地獄にいた時間などきっと瞬き一つ分程度でしょう。
The time I spent in hell.
しかしその深みでは私は何ら劣ることはないと思っています。あんたの戦勝祝いも兼ねて反論しないで聞いてあげるわ。私に言わせれば、我が主の落ちた奇跡があれば抜けられる地獄も存じ上げませんが、絶対の意志があれば抜けられるラムダデルタ教の地獄も、どちらも抜けられるようにできている程度の地獄です。
Oh.
へえ、言うじゃない。私は真実の魔女です。私の潜った地獄にはただ真実がありました。真実という冷酷な現実の前には一切の意志も、そして奇跡さえも介在できません。私はその真実を踏み越えてここへ至ったのです。この真実に耐えるという力においてはありません。
Oh.
真実に耐える力って何よ。私は真実の魔女です。私の潜った地獄にはただ真実がありました。真実という冷酷な現実の前には一切の意志も、そして奇跡さえも介在できません。
Yeah.
私はその真実を踏み越えてここへ至ったのです。この真実に耐えるという力において、私はあなたにも我が主にも引けを取るつもりはありません。
The hell of truth.
わからぬものにはわかりません。
So this whole episode was about the hells people walk through. Rosa, Kyrie, Nazi, Ava, now Lambda Delta, Erika, and Bern Castell. And also the whole situation with Beatrice as well. Her beginnings of the 6 years and the hell she walked through in the 6 years Battler has been. Not the 6 years, I guess. I guess since she was a servant, maybe? We still need to see her backstory.
それを制止できなかったからこそ、あなたたちは真実の魔女足りえないのではありませんか?
But I guess as the truths were revealed about her mother and her origins, I guess that's what caused her to... Oh my god. Oh.
許すわ、その暴言も。それに相槌を打ってあげることが、このラムダデルタからの勝利の褒美よ。
I feel like Erika is digging her own grave here. Oh no.
ありがとうございます、大ラムダデルタ卿。
あら珍しい。あなたたちが仲良くしてるなんてね。
At some point, Bern Castell had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erika, noticing her, cried, "My master!" happily and dashed over.
ラムダデルタ卿に我が主の昔話を伺っておりました。奇跡の魔女である我が主にふさわしい奇跡の物語を。
一度だけ許してあげる。
はい。
Oh.
二度と私の昔の話はしないで。
Oh god. A grimace rose to her face and blasted Erika's good mood away. Then she understood. Bern Castell was also a witch running from boredom. If it caught up with her, she would remember those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erika felt just a little disdain for her master. Erika, you're getting too big for your breeches here. Erika.
失礼しました。それよりこのようなところへどうしてお越し？
Stop digging your own hole, please.
あなたに褒美を取らせようと思って探してたのよ。
褒美ですか？ありがとうございます、我が主。へえ、何それ羨ましい。何を取らせる気？
まずあんたを仮でなく本当の魔女へ昇格することを認めるわ。後見人は私よ。真実の魔女フルドエリカ。
ありがとうございます。仮が抜けただけじゃないの。その程度の褒美じゃあまり嬉しくないわ。
The problem is that she thinks that she surpassed her own past when she cried about it with Dolonor listening nearby.
もっと素敵なご褒美がいいわよね。
She still remembers her own hell, so she hasn't faced the truth yet, I think.
いえ、そんなことありません。十分嬉しいです。
Of course, on the inside, Erika did want another present. Mimicking Lambda Delta, she looked at her master to see if any further rewards would be
もう
coming.
一つの褒美はあれよ。
Bern Castell snapped her fingers. Oh. Is it gonna be... Oh god, no. Oh no! As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered and summoned battlers sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still a shell of himself, his heart trapped in the closed room that he would never be able to escape from.
あの男をエリカに褒美として与えるわ。
Why?
バトラーを褒美に？
I don't want it. Erika's gonna say, why?
なるほどね。エリカにこのゲーム版の領地を全て相続しようって言ってくれてるのよ。
そういうこと。バトラの指をご覧なさい。領主の証である片翼のわしの指輪をつけているわ。あれをあなたのものにすれば、あなたは正式にここの領主となる。私に嘱託されるんじゃない。名実ともにあなたの領地となるわ。
その指輪をバトラの指から抜き取れとバカね。女が男の指から指輪をもらえる儀式は一つしかないじゃない。
Why is this happening?
エリカ、領主夫人となってバトラをめとりなさい。
バトラをですか。
Erika is just
そうよ。永遠に目覚めない領主にはそばで支えて執務を代行する伴侶が必要だわ。つまりあなたがこの領地を支配するのよ。
そして結婚式を挙げ指輪を交換する。
I guess it works well for Erika because she can get a man that will never betray her again. I guess she can escape her hell momentarily, I guess.
バトラの領主の指輪はあんたのものになる。
そして代わりにあなたは霊族の指輪をバトラの指につけなさい。あなたは永遠にバトラを支配し恥ずかしめ、この領地でゲーム版であなたの心が赴くままに大好きな物語を好きなだけ紡ぎなさい。
I wanted to see Erika as a game master.
領主はフルドエリカ。
Maybe next episode.
あんたの望む物語は全てが叶うわ。領主は神。おめでとう。あなたはこの小さいけれど素敵な世界の神になるのよ。それは本当ですか。我が主、私がこの世界の神に。
それが私があなたに最後に与える褒美。バトラの指輪を得てあなたは自らの世界を作りなさい。その時あなたはもう私の駒じゃない。一人の立派なそして素敵な魔女だわ。おめでとうエリカ卿。そしていつかかつてベアトがそうしたようにまた訪れる私を歓待しなさい。
我が主、これほどの栄誉はありません。そして気に入りました、バトラとの結婚思えばこれほどの暴虐はないわけです。何しろあのベアトリーチェはバトラに尽くしたい、好かれたいという感情から生まれたらしいじゃないですか。そんな魔女が生み出した世界で私がバトラをめとり汚す、恥ずかしめる。
Is there please go through with the wedding now. I please I need to see the hentai sex scene please later on. Please.
わかります。恋焦がれる人を奪われる苦しみ、よーくわかります。私はついにそれを与える側に回れたのですね。光栄です。これほどの栄誉はありません。
I guess I need to go to horny jail.
気に入ってくれてよかったわ。あなたが世界で一番喜ぶ褒美だと私は知っていたんだから。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
So how many years would you think that how many years would it pass before Erika would save Baffler from the closed room? Thousands, millions of years in the future? Or never? Erika left from the balcony and walked briskly towards Baffler. Then she peered down at the reward she had been given.
素敵なフィナーレじゃない。
Okay, I was joking about the sex scene. Please don't
結
show it.
婚式をやるのよ。
そうよ、盛大にね。ベアとのゲームの最後にふさわしいじゃない。
もちろんベアトにも招待状は送るんでしょ。
No.
来てくれるといいんだけど。
Oh no, she's. Okay, okay.
さあ、忙しくなるわ。式の準備に段取り、招待状。
Having these two have screen time really is a blessing.
ウェディングドレスにケーキもね。披露宴の準備もしなくっちゃ。
They had no screen time in the question arcs, and I was a bit sad, but now they have all the screen time, and I love it. The two witches disappeared, cackling. Only the two who were to be wed remain in the cathedral. Oh, I don't want to blur the sex scene. Please don't do this.
バトラさん、これからあなたがどうなるか。
Erika is gonna take his virginity, confirmed. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he was faintly tethered to reality, and that was what made it cruel. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erika had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. What? No, she might have been like a certain kinds of wasp. It was the cruelty of paralyzing her prey while it still lived, so that she could save him from later and eat him. In other words, her cruelty was that of a predator. What?
出られませんよ、その密室は。
What are all these innuendos? Please stop.
だってあなたがあれほどに赤き真実を並べ密室であることを示したのですから。だから安心して永遠に閉じ込められていてください。そうしている間にあなたの体は私がたっぷりと恥ずかしめて差し上げますから。
Okay, Dominatrix Erika incoming.
あなたとの寝室は鏡張りにしましょう。
Let's have a mirror.
あなたがどうやって恥ずかしめられているかあなたの目にもよーく見えるようにです。
Oh no. Okay, this is getting too kinky for my liking.
そしてその部屋には天井に鳥かごを吊るしましょう。
BDSM Erika.
その中にはあなたの愛しの魔女ベアトリーチェ
Oh
を
no,
閉じ
now
込
it's
めておきましょ
cuckolding.
う。
Oh no. Oh no, this is not what I wanted.
素敵でしょう。
Okay, this is getting insane.
わかるわ。こちら側はなんて甘美なのかしら。
Yeah, this really is her escape from hell. As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the closed room he had created. His body and soul would soon be trapped within a new closed room of Erika's, a closed room called marriage. Oh no. Battler and Erika as husband and wife. Okay.
いやあ、聞いたかいフルフル。
聞いたわゼパル。バトラ卿とエリカ卿が結婚式ですって。
Why is Erika's name not spelled out in caps lock? Their words were so similar to their usual shtick that Beato had to ask them to repeat it again.
どういうことですか？
Your man was stolen and now there is NTR happening in Erika's room right now. You're losing your man. Now this story has tags
ご
of
存知の
cheating,
通り、
NTR, and...
ここの領主様はお心を塞がれてしまって物も言えない。
Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop.
美しきエリカ卿がその妻となられて 執務を支えられることになったんです。
I'm sorry, this is just too funny. The two demons explain the situation in a very simple yet yet dramatic way. You need to put a space there, my friend. I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away and his marriage to lock up his body as well, so they can steal everything from him. At this rate, Battler's position as Game Master and his territory lord's ring will be stolen away. Oh man. I'm just smiling so wide in anticipation. The wedding drama is gonna be insane.
奪い返そうぞ。わらわに関心はないが、そなたのこととあっては人事ではない。
体だけ奪い返しても仕方がないよ。何しろ婚約証書には大ベルンカステル卿が立会人に名を連ねておいでなんだ。
This is gonna be too good.
元老院の大魔女が立会人を務める以上、破棄は本人の意思以外ありえないの。
One of the pair wills it.
やはりバトラさんの心をあの密室から救い出さない限り助けることはできないのですね。
なら彼を密室から救い出す方法を見つけて。
花婿を奪いに行くのね。
Now I'm imagining Battler and Erika's children, and the imagery is kind of getting me. Oh no, the imagery is too cursed.
それは素敵。
Imagining Battler and Erika's children is too cursed.
それができればオペラにしたいほどの美しい物語となろうぞ。しかしながらバトラを閉じ込める密室のなんと難解なことか。
出口は扉のみ、そしてチェーンが閉じられていなければ脱出は認められない。
その上チェーンは外からは閉められなくて、
入れ替わりに来てくれる人もいないときたわ。
どう考えてもお手上げだ。
諦めたらもう助けることはできないんです。
If you give up, then Erika's Lambda Delta's certainty will
今は諦めずに考え続けることだけが彼を救う唯一の手段なんです。
Though Beata looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fist tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up of any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst.
ゼパルとフルフルは最も強力な悪魔たちに名を連ねるであろうが、
You two are known for being among the most powerful
その魔
demons.
力はあらゆる不可能を可能としてきたという。そなたらの魔力もしくは知恵でこの不可能な密室を破る妙案は出せぬのか。
そうさ、愛ならどんな不可能も成し遂げる。
成し遂げられないということは愛が足りない証拠だわ。
Oh.
それを言われると悔しいです。
でも諦めない君の意志の強さには感服するよ。
そんなあなただからきっと奇跡を起こせるわ。
その奇跡のヒントくらい出せぬか。
Miracle certainty again. Oh no.
そなたらとわらわは短い付き合いではあるまいに、別れの選別に我が妹にせめてヒントくらいは出してやれぬか。
ヒントなら僕たちはいつだって与えてる。愛がなければ
見えない。
They cannot be seen.
見えぬから見せろというのに。こやつらはいつもこういう調子でな。退屈はせぬがこういう時には腹立たしい。
They're very strong. Zepar and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past. Miracles so great that they left marks on human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized. So, those who desire power could create that power themselves. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked up at them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. And as it is with the gods, so it is with demons. They help those who help themselves.
分かっています。自分で考えますから。必ず。
見よ悪魔ども。この今時純情な娘を。
Oh no.
愛を司る悪魔として心が痛まぬか。
Oh no, Beatrice.
出せヒントを。
Oh no, you remind me too much of the old Beatrice now.
ヒントのヒントくらいなら出せるであろう。
A hint to a hint. Zephyr and Furfur looked at each other. Of course, there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that though they did find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next.
どうするフルフル。
ヒントのヒントならいいかしら。
A hint to a hint.
ああ、それで構わんから一つドーンと頼む。
Okay.
よし、それではゼパルとフルフルから愛のヒントのヒントをプレゼント。
A hint to a hint of love.
お願いします。
答えが見えないのは
愛が足りないから。
だからそういうヒントではなくて。
もしも足りないのなら
満ち溢れた恋人たちを観察してはどうだろう。
そうね、幸いなことにここには2組も愛し合う者たちがいる。
彼らが愛ゆえに戦うところを少し見物していたらいいんじゃないか
A
い。
peek at their fight for love.
僕たちの試練を観測者の立場から見てみるといいよ。
Okay, let's do it. Okay, I want to see Kanon versus George
だから。
and Jessica versus Shannon, please. I need to see Jessica versus Shannon because they are best friends.
そういうヒントではないというに。
I wanted to see George versus Battler, and I was robbed of that. Please, at least let me see Jessica versus Shannon. Beato the Elder yelled at him, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zephyr and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. However, Beato took their hint to a hint seriously. I need to see Jessica versus Shannon, please. Now that the two betas were out of it, the second trial was between George and Shannon on one side and Jessica and Kanon on the other. We already saw Jessica versus George tear apart the two who were close. In other words, defeat one of the members of the opposing team. So the Twilights are still continuing. They were allowed to use any methods they wanted. It could be a duel or it could be rock, paper, scissors. The four of them had alternated between speaking together, then splitting up and discussing things amongst their teams, and had apparently finally reached a decision. Please, duel, please, fight!
ゼパル、
Fight,
フルフル
fight, 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 fight.
いいかな。
おや、やっとお声がかかったよ。
なにジョージ、決闘の方法が決まったの？
Fight, fight, fight! No matter how much the demons cheered the four of them in a joking manner, their serious expressions did not waver.
はい、決闘することにしま
Yes,
した。
yes, 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 please.
決闘は僕とシャノンの2人が戦います。
Oh. 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 Of course. Of course, it was between the two of them. Of course. Oh, so this is why Battler isn't here. It's the 6 years after he left. Beatrice's feelings had no one, but George and Jessica were still there in the mansion. I see. So that's why. And
それは意外だね。
so that's why.
1対1の決闘ならてっきり。
ジョージとジェシカが戦うものとばかり思っていたわ。
We already had that in episode
二人が
4.
どうしても自分たちで決着したいって聞かねえんだ。
Of course, they're the same person. Now they're gonna fight.
僕も男として見守ることしかできないことが悔しい。しかしシャノンの決意は揺るがない。だから僕らはそれを尊重して信じるしかない。
カノン君、僕を信じてくれてありがとうございます。もし直接戦わなければならない日があったならそうするべきだとずっと思ってきたことなんです。
そしてそれが今日なのだと私たちは理解しました。
Whose feelings are stronger, I guess.
もちろん避けることのできた日かもしれません。
しかしその日は訪れました。だから僕たちは逃げない。そうだな、私も逃げないからここにいる。
同じだよ。シャノンを信じた。だからもう僕から何も言うことはない。そしてたとえシャノンが戦う決闘であっても僕たちの力は一つだ。だからこれは共闘なんだ。
はい、そうです。私たちを代表するだけなんです。
愛する者たちの決めたことなら。
悪魔とて口を挟めはしないわ。
さて君たちの決闘だけれどどうやって決着をつけるつもりだい？
まさか本当に決闘でいいのかしら。
At once, both Shannon and Kanon nodded.
決闘の方法は？
どちらかが死んで終わる方法なら何でも結構です。
As long as it's a fight to the death.
もし許されるなら
Oh.
苦しむことなく安らかに、そして死に至る以外の無用の傷つけ合いを避けられるものを望みます。ゼパル、私たちはこの高潔なる決闘の正しい立ち会い人になるべきだわ。
そうだね、分かったよ。二人とも君たちの高潔な意志を尊重できる高潔なる決闘を僕らは提案する。
When Zapar clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Kanon. Fur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Kanon crouched down and opened the case. There were some antiques inside. They would have been splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decorations now.
これは
Oh, this is...
なるほどね。決闘にふさわしいじゃないか。
Oh... Inside the case were two dueling pistols. Ancient, like the kind used in the Middle Ages. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case that only one who wished for a fight to the death were allowed to open.
弾は一発ずつ。
One bullet.
君たちの要望に応え魔法を込めておいたよ。
体のどこに当たろうとも痛みなく、そして必ず死に至らせる魔法の玉。
Painless death.
ありがとうございます。最高の慈悲です。
二人が共に弾を外した時は
本来なら引き分け。でも僕たちの試練はそれを許さない。
二人が共に弾を外したなら仕切り直して再び弾を与えるわ。どちらかが死ぬまでそれを繰り返す。
Oh... These two demons are so cold.
僕は依存ないよ。
Shannon's face is so scared.
私もよ。よかったね。これで私たちはようやく決着をつけられる。
Oh my god.
後ろ宮ジョージ、君をシャノン、いやサヨの立ち会い人と認めるよ。
了解だ。
後ろ宮ジェシカ、あなたをカノン、いいえヨシアの立ち会い人と認めるわ。
So Sayu and Yoshia. are their names. Shannon and Kanon are easily remembered.
この決闘を必ず決着させるまで責任を持つ。
Oh. Finally, when Zapar and Furfur cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a gold-colored light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden, where golden roses bloomed. Who is gonna be the winner? I think it's gonna be Shannon. I'm betting on Shannon right now.
恋をめぐっての決闘とはな。
But it might be Kanon. Considering her personality. But then again.
古風なやつらよ。わらわも1000年の中で何度かピストルの決闘を見てきたが、
Yeah, I'm betting
このような
on
決闘は
Shannon.
初めて見る。
悪魔が立ち会い人をするから。
違う。
Or maybe Beatrice is gonna snipe both of them in the back.
普通恋の決闘とは一人をめぐって二人の恋する者が戦うと決まっておる。しかし彼らは恋する二人が恋する二人と戦おうとしている。これはとても珍妙だ。
それはきっと魔法の奇跡が欲しいからです。私たちは魔法の奇跡がもらえないと恋が成就されないって。
宇宙を作るための最小人数は何人か。
いえ、知りません。
One. Shannon and Kanon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked their weapons over. Then, when they both decided that there were no problems, they just checked once more to make sure that their opponent was prepared, and nodded to each other. They're gonna do the...
問題がなければ決闘者たちは2人で背中を向けて立ち
Oh, the Western duel.
決められた歩数を歩いて距離を開いてもらう。
それから合図と同時に決闘開始よ。ゼパル、その歩数は何歩がいいかしら。
1,000.
そうだね。ではこの決闘の因縁となる数字をそれにしようじゃないか。
1,000.
因縁となる数字？それはいくつなの？
僕たちがよく知る数字さ。そしてこのゲーム物語が始まった時から何度も何度も繰り返されているあの数字さ。
Was I right?
それは19。
Oh, 19. 19 people.
面白い数字です。
気に入ったよ。全てと決別するにはいい数字だ。
19. Whenever the illusion of a 19th person was seen on this island, on which only 18 people were supposed to be in, this number was used to refer to the witch. It was the number of years needed to create this tale. I'm dead! I am dead! Wasn't the number of years it took to reach this unavoidable day. And it was the age of the true territory lord of this world. Beatrice. Oh no! They were... Oh, so it is Shannon and Kanon. Both ages combined. I guess the number of... Shannon is 16 and Kanon started working 3 years ago. Oh no.
向かい合って19歩を歩き撃つ。
かなりの距離になるね。早打ちが有利とは限らない間合いだ。
先に打って外してしまったら多分それで決着してしまう。
それを当てればかすり傷一つ負わずに勝てる簡単なゲームさ。
それでは決闘者たち、背中を合わせて立ちなさい。
Oh my god. Shannon and Kanon slowly walked towards each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, they wouldn't see the other faces again until they killed them. So this face-to-face meeting would never happen again.
今までありがとう。君という弟に出会えて楽しかった。
Getting to have a little brother like you.
僕を僕であらせてくれてありがとう。灰色の世界に彩りを見せてくれてありがとう。
どうして私たちは生まれたんだろうね。
生まれた時すぐに死ねればよかったんだ。
On the cliffs! On the cliffs! I am dead. I am a cadaver.
それはお父さんの罪だね。
Kingzo is it? Kingzo it is. Kingzo, definitely Kingzo.
そうさ。だからあいつも死ね。みんな死ね。
Please.
みんな死ぬよ。
Stop.
もうすぐね。そしてすぐにみんな蘇って会えるよ。
On the Golden Lands.
もう私たちはカゴの中の小鳥じゃない。
Please stop. I'm done. This is
僕たちは
killing
ようやく
me.
カゴを出てそれぞれの世界へ羽ばたけるんだ。
君ともっと早くこうして決闘をすればよかったね。
それがきっと今日なのさ。
They're revealing everything here.
今日だね。
1986年運命の日。
Oh, the fated day where the disaster happens and everybody dies.
私たちのどちらかが死ぬ。
あるいは同時に打ち合って二人とも死ぬよ。
それもありか。それでも全然ありだね。
そうさ。それであっても必ず僕らの恋は成就されるのだから。
Oh, they're revealing everything. The motives, the backstory.
決闘の必要あったのかな。
あったさ。姉さんも言ってるよ。僕たちはいずれにせよもっと早くに決闘するべきだった。
そうだね。私にとって君は。
僕にとって姉さんは
もう邪魔なのだから。
Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. This is like... Why? For what reason? Why must such a day come for this pair that seemed so much like siblings, connected by a bond different from love? It was a great mystery, a mystery as the question of how this could be the key towards unlocking Battler Sun's closed room. If I watch over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key to solving that closed room? I will, right? Zephyr, son, Furfur, son. This is delivering in the best way possible. Oh, what is this music? The cathedral was beautifully decorated for the wedding between the territory Lord Battler and Lady Erika. Oh my god, what is this? What is this track? Oh. Oh my god, the music! Wait. Oh. A crowd of guests wearing gold masks fill the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Oh my god! As befitted a demon's wedding, it was neither solemn nor quiet, but cheery, noisy, brimming with activity.
ベアとはどうしているのでしょう。
Oh my god, this music!
ゼパルとフルフルのところに身を寄せていると聞いています。
Oh no. Run
愛
away.
を司れば魔王陛下とて退かねばならぬほどの力を持つ方々です。きっと何かの力になってくれると
Oh
思
my
いたい
god,
です。
this music! Oh my god, I'm just enjoying myself here.
あいつらのことはよく知ってるわ。
Come here. This wedding is gonna be...
素直に力を貸してくれる連中じゃないのはあんたもよく知ってるでしょうが。
ですが、しかしだからこそ奇跡にも通ずる力を与えられるのです。
とにかくバトラ君の心を密室から助け出せればなんとかなるのです。ガープは密室が大好物なんでしょ。何か妙案は思いつかないのですか。
ひどい密室よ。バトラとエリカの2人で赤き真実だらけのガッチガチ。内部からの単独脱出は不可能だと断言できるわ。
やはり誰かが入れ替わりで内側に入り、チ
Sorry,
ェ
the
ーンを
music...
締めるほかありませんな。
The music is too good.
その誰かが現れてくれればバトラを助けるのは容易よ。11人もいるんでしょ。
Oh, the guitar.
その11人はゲストハウスの2階にそれぞれ封じられています。
Great.
なん
Is
と
there
か
lyrics?
そこを抜けられれば。
なるほど。バトラ様の密室を解くのとゲストハウス2階の2つのどちらかの密室を解くのは同じことというわけですな。
そういうことよ。バトラの客室だけにこだわるのは思考的密室も同然だわ。バトラを助けるために開く密室は客室じゃないゲストハウスの密室なのよ。
お気の毒ですが。
Wait, what are these glasses? What? Oh no. Oh no, she's cute.
ゲストハウスの2部屋は我らアイゼルネ・ユングフラウが封印を担当しております。
あんたらは封印と結界は大のお得意だもんね。
しかしさすがはミスが
Why does she have glasses?
バトラを救うべく破るべき密室はゲストハウス側であると気づかれるとはお見事です。
I mean, I already made a theory about that.
もうじき式も始まるでしょうが、それまでの退屈しのぎに一つ現場の再構築でもいかがです。
Oh, this track is just too good.
いいのですか。エリカ教の駒であるあなたの守秘義務に違反しませんか。
いいえ、構いません。存分に現場の封印を確認なされて絶望された方が心の底から式を祝福できるに違いないですから。
Oh no, this murder lolly.
言うじゃん、乗るわその挑戦。リア、式前にちょっとつまみ食いさせてもらいましょうよ。
それではアイゼルネのお嬢様方、再構築をよろしくお願いいたします。
金系謹んで受けたまわり立てまする。
ここはいとこ部屋ですね。
隣部屋も構造は全く同じで、それでは存分にご検証を。
部屋にいるのは源氏、ゴーダ、カノン、そしてクラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカの計6人ですな。
隣部屋は秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條、計5人です。
バカねあんたたち。誰がいるかなんて今はどうでもいいのよ。この部屋からどう脱出するかだわ。
そうでしたね。扉も窓も封印されていますから、なんとか他の場所から脱出を。
私ね、あんたら天界の連中が得意とする勢いでごまかす力技、密室じゃないわよね、この部屋。
金家、慎んで申し上げる。我らが担当したる密室は完璧なりや。
あんた前回は金蔵の部屋で窓の封印を担当してたわよね。
Don't bully Cornelia, please.
バトラは金蔵をあの部屋のどこから逃がしたんだったかしら。
Don't bully Cornelia. She doesn't
そ
deserve
れ
it.
はコーネリアのミスではありません。その叱責は上司の私が賜ります。
金蔵の書斎の時と全く同じよ。
God, I can't believe the glass is still.
窓よ、窓からこの密室は破れるわ。バレバレなのよ、あんたたちの手
Couldn't she
口は。
just put the tapes on the windows because she concealed the room?
どうしてです？エリカ卿は部屋単位で封印をしたのですよ。窓の封印ももちろん含まれ、部屋を丸ごと封じたはずです。
なるほど。どうやら私たちは封印の定義を勘違いしてしまっているようですな。ガムテープで封じられた密室は破れないわけではあります。牢屋ではないのです。
そういうことよ。封印は確かに密室を保証するわ。でも密室を維持することを保証はしないわ。ガムテープが破られない限り密室であることを保証するだけ。
我々は何も誤解させるつもりはありません。ガムテープが維持される限り密室を保証する、それだけです。
それでどうして窓からなら密室を破れるのですか？
簡単じゃない。ガムテープをぶっちぎって外へ飛び出すだけよ。ゲストハウスの外壁の構造は知らないけど、あの小娘が誰にも知られずに這いずり回って外からガムテープが貼れる程度には足場もあるはず。
ガムテープを破れば封印が破られたことが直ちに分かります。そして私たちは封印が健在であることをバトラのロジックエラー時にも証明しているはずです。
そうね、確かにあんたたちはあの時点でも封印が破られていないことを証明したわ。だから密室だと私たちは誤解させられた。封印イコール密室とは限らないのよ。
Goth's specialty was dealing the finishing blow in closed room mysteries. She leaned back and looked down at the short Dolanor as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. Dolanor looked up at her with a bold expression, and sparks flew between them.
封印イコール密室ではないのですか？そんなバカな。
思い出してリーア、あの時エリカたちは何の封印を見せた？何の封印の維持を見せたの？
なるほど。
Only the
天界
doors.
大封印の得意そうな改ざん術ですな。
聞き捨てなりません。お伺いしましょう。
だから言ってるでしょ。窓よ、確かにあんたたちは彼らを封印で封じたわ。その際には窓も含んでいるわ。そしてその証明は封印時になされた。ここまでは OK よ。でもね、しかしその後、中の人間は誰でもここには誰がいるんだっけ？源氏、ゴーダ、カノン、クラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカ、誰でも可能よ。窓のガムテープをちぎってここから抜け出しバトラを助けに行くだけ
ですから、その封印は健在であるとロジックエラー時にも証明が。
違いますよ。あの時エリカ卿が証明されたのは
Oh.
扉の封印だけです。
But they could just red truth it again.
そういえば
Why is that's so? That's right.
あの時エリカ卿は2部屋の扉を示し、その封印の健在を主張しただけ。窓の封印には触れなかった。
That's right. It's so.
それが正解よ。確かに封印時は扉も窓も完璧だったでしょうよ。でもロジックエラー時には
扉しか封印を証明しなかった。つまりエリカがゲストハウスを去ってから以降、窓を破って自由に部屋を出ることが禁じられていない。どう？グーの音も出ないでしょう。これがあんたたちのやり口よ。
上司ドラノール、そろそろ。
どうやら新郎新婦が到着されるようです。
どうどう
おしゃべりはこれくらいにしましょう。
Oh, this is too
そ
good.
れでは後ほど。
The drama is too good. With a happy-looking grin on her face, Dolonor turned around. But this must have hit her where it hurts. Gop wouldn't let her get away. She grabbed the other's shoulders.
待ちなさいよ。ロジックエラー時に窓の封印が維持されているかを証明しなさいよ。でなければこの部屋の誰でもバトラの救出は可能だわ。
誰が救出を可能だというのですか？
誰でもいいのよ。じゃあ個人的好みでカノン君を指名するわ。身軽そうだし気配を消すのも得意だしね。エリカの後をつけ素早くバトラ君と入れ替わるのにぴったりだわ。
カノンに
What is this?
不可能です。
不可能？ダメよ。普通の言葉じゃ信用しないわ。赤き真実であんたの赤き太刀にかけて誓いなさい。
ミスカープ、これより始まるのは神聖なる婚儀です。その神聖なる場で太刀を抜けとおっしゃるのですか？無礼無粋を極めるかと思います。
Dolonor being a little shit is so good.
それはまたの機会がいいです。それではこれにて。
Oh no. Oh.
カノンにバトラの救出が可能よ。エリカ封印後に窓を出て客室のバトラ君と入れ替わりチェーンロックを閉めてクローゼットに隠れた。
Oh, that face from Gop. Oh.
不可能です。窓も封印を維持しています。無論ロジックエラー時にです。
Oh. This is it. Gop's rapid reverse roundhouse that followed her blue wedge crossed with Dolonor's red long sword and both pointed at the other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several gold guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting.
何よ。ちゃんと返せるじゃない。どうしてもったいぶったのよ。
やがてその思考にベアトリーチェが気づき、それを救出の鍵として婚礼に乱入してくるだろうと思っていました。しかしそれに先にあなたが食いつき、奥の手を見せることになるとは思いませんでした。
汚いやつだわ。あんたらわざと窓を疑わせてベアトを誘い出して返り討ちにしようと罠にしていたのね。
花嫁を警護する人間として当然のことです。これで満足ですか？
A human who guards the bride.
魔界式の婚儀は実に下品で野蛮です。では失礼。
おっと、まだ騙されないわよ。あんたが言った窓の封印はカノンのいとこ部屋のものでしょ。じゃあ隣部屋の窓はどうなの？あんたはカノンの救出の可能性について不可能と切り返しただけよ。隣部屋の人間の可能性はまだ生きている。
しつこいお人です。
Oh.
ご無礼お詫びするであります。
Happiness of Marionette
本
bonus.
式典警備役のシエスタ姉妹近衛隊であります。失礼ながらご両名の招待状と樹林を拝見します。
Your stamped invitations.
ドラノルエノックス、花嫁側参列者です。
Oh no.
招待状と受領印、
She took off her glasses. No.
並びに花嫁警護役の証明書です。
ノックス主席殿と確認しました。バトラ教の婚儀へようこそ。
ガープよ。花婿側参列者招待状と
いけない。
受付治療院がないに。
ダイレクトにここに来ちゃったから受付通ってないわ。でへ受領院まだなの。あなたはこんな時にどうしてまた
ガープ様、失礼ながら別室へご同行願います。
Dolonor washed, shrugged, and turned away.
待ちなさいよドラノール。私の青き真実に答えなさいよ。
天界大法院の見解をご希望でしたら法院規定に従いご申請をお願いいたします。
金慶、窓口は平日10時から17時までと知りたまえ。12時から1時間15分は昼休みと知りたまえ。
What?
金慶、申請書には
That's not
修
too
正
much time.
二重防戦は一切認められぬものと知りたてまつれ。
Whiteout or strike-throughs is not permitted.
某イベントの申し込み書もそれがあると落ちるって噂があるに。都市伝説です多分。
本件青き真実を口頭での仮受付といたします。正式な申請が受理されるまで保留とし重複申請を禁じます。
The biggest enemy, bureaucracy. No.
わけわかんないわ。私の青き真実に答えるの？答えないっての？
The greatest truth yet, bureaucracy.
月曜日にご申請いただければ来月末頃にはご回答できるでしょう。
You work way too slow.
重複申請は禁じられていますので、たった今あなたが口にされた青き真実は本講義では使用不可とします。根拠法令大法院事務規則第214条の15、重複申請の禁止について。
So the blue truth will be unusable.
金慶、謹んで申し上げる。
The true enemy really is bureaucracy.
ロジックエラー時に隣部屋の窓の封印が暴かれていたことを理由とする青き真実の使用を禁じるものと知りたまえ。
金慶、謹んで申し上げる。当該の青き真実への回答義務は発生しないものと知りたてまつれ。
卑怯者、ちょっと話しなさいよウサギ楽団。
Rabbit bands. The Chesa sisters led Gop away. Just when she thought she'd reached the core, they had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this is a big clue. There's a chance that the window seals on the next room over had been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet just now that move was sealed away. The use of any blue based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken has been prevented. It's now impossible to claim that the five who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it.
何よそれ、卑怯だわ。それが答えなんじゃないの？窓だけ封印の維持を証明していないのは私も気づいてたわ。でも青き真実に使えないなんてどうすればいいのよ。ああ、分かってるわ。フェザリーヌはどうせ自分だけ答えに気づいててほくそ笑んでるんでしょ。
すまぬな人の子よ、私もこれには困った。
ちょっと何を言い出すのよ。
私も隣部屋の窓がまだ開いていることは気づいていた。しかしながらそれを反論に使えぬと封じられるとは想像もしなかった。
これって重大なルール違反じゃないの？だって正解が言えないクイズなんてフェアなゲームじゃない。これ向こう側のロジックエラーじゃないの？
それがロジックエラーにならないからこうして物語が続いているとも受け取れる。
つまり隣部屋の窓と全く無関係な他の答えがあるってこと？
あるいは窓の話をせずに隣部屋の5人の誰かが助けに来られたことを説明するか。
Not one of the five.
窓の話をしないってことは
Beatrice.
窓を使わずに部屋を出るってことだわ。それでは隣部屋だって密室と変わらない。
だから私も困ってしまった。このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は 再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。おそらくだが。
おそらく何？八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能ならどんな答えが見つかるの？
答えはない。
ないって何？
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はないにもかかわらず、隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許されるこの密室を解く答えはおそらくない。
ないならどうなるの？
答えがない以上、説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗北するのは必要だ。
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめ。チェックメイトってことじゃない。
いや、一手あるにはある。しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。そしてそれはベアとの心臓の一部でもある。
この物語の最大の謎の一つってこと？
そうだ。それを使えば、あるいはな。
Featherine sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now.
そうだ。それを使えば、あるいはなんとか。
I see. So, as long as this tale has been, it's finally time for the curtain to close. Exposing the answer to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beato. But perhaps Battler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If he weaves such a tale as the great game master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed very soon. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of the several dozen Chester Imperial Guards, members of the Honor Guard, who stood in a line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke.
ああ、どうか静粛に。参列のご来賓諸見よ。
領主にして無限の魔術師であらせられるバトラ教と真実の魔女であらせられるエリカ教の婚儀に。
Zephyr and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral.
領主にして無限の魔術師であらせられるバトラ教と真実の魔女であらせられるエリカ教の婚儀にようこそご参列を。
Having them invited to host a wedding was a great honor. Though they had asked for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with an enormous applause. Wait, what? This music.
ゼパルたちではありませんか。
Wait.
では、ベアとは。
もうこの会場に紛れ込んでいるかもしれませんな。
They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere.
ベアとはバトラ君を救う方法を見つけられたでしょうか。
ゼパルとフルフルの力を得られたならきっと。
Oh my god, this music.
あの方々の力を得て成し遂げられぬ奇跡はないのですから。
もしも得られなかったら、
その辺でハンカチを噛んでるヤギがお嬢様でしょうな。
The goat biting his handkerchief.
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
厳かに迎えてどうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。
いでよ新郎新婦、墓場まで逃れられぬ婚姻という名の束縛の道を歩まれん。
The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. Is she gonna drag him by the collar like Beatrice did? And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. No, this is too funny. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began walking down the path to the grave, lined with red carpet. Chester's sister, the Chester honor guards, stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down on. Chester's sister, that weren't part of the honor guard, were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and the like, keeping an eye out for any intruders.
00より45、410異常ないか。天井狙撃手異常ないに。
Ceiling snipers. 410 and 45 were on top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of other chandeliers. The seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants wouldn't notice.
現在ベアトリーチェ教と歌川式参列者36名と
simultaneously targeting 36 attendants.
襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中。
Oh my god.
警戒を怠るな。必ずベアトリーチェ教は婚儀を襲撃するはずだ。
They're already prepared.
嫁を奪いに襲撃なんて燃えるに。410、嫁じゃないです。婿です。嫁で合ってるに。
Oh my god. The Chester sniper teams on the chandeliers used super high, efficiently observers to track the movements of several hundred attendants. If any one of those made any suspicious movements, the Chester sisters had been given permission to fire immediately. The one that chandelier is Chester 127. That overkilling monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it takes for her to use up her ammo. Lazy bum can barely do her job for 2 seconds, yeah. No, this is too funny. Slowly and making a show of it, the two walked down the red carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you look closely, you could probably tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 sisters of purgatory, who held long, ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle.
バトラのバカ。何をぼんやりしてるのよ。これだから無能と言われるのよ。
In red
ベアトリーチェ
truth,
様のお心の痛みが誰よりもわかるわ。バカバトラーがロジックエラーなんて起こすから。バカバカバカ。ベアトリーチェ様は怠惰にこの婚儀を見過ごすわけがない。バカバトラーがロジックエラーなんて起こすからこんなことに。バカバカバカ。当然よ。ベアトリーチェ様は強欲なお方。自分のおもちゃをみすみす人に譲るわけもないわ。必ずおいでになる。ジュルリ披露宴は美味しい料理がいっぱい出そうだね。ああ、私も早く花嫁衣装着たい。
Bern, Costello, and Lambda Delta were in the nobles, sitting on the balcony. They were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show.
素敵な花嫁衣装じゃない。いいわね、こういうの。前座よ、こんなの。ひどいわね。どっちのイベントが真打ちなのよ。まさかベルン、本気でベアトが来ると思ってんの？あんたも知っての通り、バトラの密室は完璧よ。ベアトに勝てる道理なんてないわ。そうでしょ？あんたも聞いてるでしょ？隣部屋の窓が封印を破られてる可能性があるのよ。ドラノールが
それを一応は封じたようだけど、概念否定をしただけで窓を塞いだわけじゃない。また窓から飛び出すわよ、片翼のわしとやらが。
Oh.
かけない？
ベアトが来るかな。
絶対来るにかける。
奇跡的に来るにかける。
Oh my god.
成立しないわねこりゃ。
Oh, so they know that Erika is gonna lose. Oh no. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beatrice would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the closed room and take Battler back.
あんたは裏から見たから知ってるんでしょ、トリック。
Wait.
一応ね。でもエリカが頑張りまくっちゃったから、もう私にもさっぱりよ。
嘘つき。
へえ。
あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。あるんでしょ、バトラーを救うトリックが。
How many of them?
あるわ。でも難しいわ。
その手を使うとベアトの心臓の一端がさらされる。そうでしょ。
なんだ、わかってるじゃない。
ねえ、賭けを変えない？
何に？
勝つのはベアトかエリカか。
And Beatrice will win.
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。
乗る
わ。お、エリカにかけるの？勝ち目の根拠は？
もしそのトリックがベアトの心臓の一端だというなら、ゲームマスターのバトラーはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。
Oh no. Wait.
だから勝てない。おそらく引き分けよ。ケムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってるわ。
The game to understand Beatrice.
バトラーはベアトを安らかに眠らせると誓ってるのよ。それはベルン。甘いわ。
The music. The bet was made based on the assumption of a certain miracle that Beatrice would come. Virgila, who was now standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window C on the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she had tried to lean forward, two Chess's sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. That powerful force told her that she wouldn't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battler walked past.
バトラク。
彼は今もたった一人密室で戦っておられます。しかしあの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。
I'm having a hard time placing Battler right now.
誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
あの子が助けに来なければバトラ君は出られないのですね。
This feels too much like episode 3.
密室の鍵さえあれば必ずその方法をお嬢様ならきっと。お嬢様、あなたの人生にはきっと何度も試練があったでしょう。しかしどうかこの試練にだけはお打ち勝ちください。
Is Battler forcing Beatrice to reveal herself? Is that what he's... is he that smart? I don't know. He's the game master though. He is the game master. This feels too much like episode 3.
あなたならきっとできます。このロノン、それを疑いませんね。
The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path of the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erika glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more, the sound of the Chesters on their guard, stamping their heels, rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
Fake gray smile.
すなわち 今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を目的を成し遂げた。
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。
This is the cold open.
今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
さあ、愛し合う二人を愛の制約を物言えぬ夫に代わりて、
妻は二人を代表して制約を。バトラはエリカを、エリカはバトラを、健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って生きることを誓います。
Oh, this is too good.
聞こえませんよ、バトラさん。文句があるならもっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください。
No objections. Go through with it. Go.
それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら、まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください。安心して、その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから。
二人の愛の制約を聞きました。ああ、誓いよ、永遠なれ。
Love be eternal. The thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of subordination. After the oath, they would symbolize the bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. The territory lord's ring, with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger, would become Erika's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board. In exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. Oh, that was nice. At a glance, it just looks like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and may mark him as another's property.
さあ、二人は指輪の交換を。
身動きできぬ夫の指を妻はどうか支えてあげて。
Furfur is just laughing at this. Oh. Erika respectfully took Battler's right hand, then slowly pulled off the territory lord's ring. It had been on his right ring finger. This was the ring Beatrice had entrusted him with. Erika stole it away.
これがあの女の残した指輪なんですよね。
Just throw it on the floor and stomp on it to make just for a good measure.
それを私みたいな女に奪われるのってどんな気持ちですか？はい、聞こえません。もう一度お願いします。
地獄。もちろん。
Oh.
なんだ。それならご安心を、バトラさん。
Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it, and told him where they were. Oh. I didn't know I needed this.
ここがそこですよ。
Then slowly she took Beatrice's ring she had stolen from Battler and slipped it onto her own left hand.
では花嫁、続いてあなたの指輪を花婿に。
Oh, it would be funny if Beatrice doesn't come.
すごい指輪ね。
Doesn't arrive.
彼を永遠に逃がさない。これは稼だわ。特注ですから。
Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erika held. It was like Erika herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, It had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the color of a guard dog from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. She's gonna tear the skin. In other words, if you twist it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Then even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erika for all eternity. Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase, and furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger as if tasting it. Erika pressed the ring of subordination against the tip of his finger. If a ring is made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed, even without the thorns. Forcing a small ring like this on would hurt.
この指輪はあなたの身も心も魂も全てを永遠に閉じ込めます。そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。死ぬことも許しません。私に永遠に怪我され恥ずかしめられ、私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるたびに、あなたはその身をもって私にそれを思い出させるのです。
This is too kinky. I'm sorry, did I...
何度もね。
This is too...
舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
Battler didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepted the ring, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. I can't believe Battler marries. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain will always torment Battler. Fortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erika kept screwing that 2 small demon rings on. Am I... Why there are so many innuendos?
大丈夫です。入りますから。ちゃんと。
With an obscene laugh, Erika let a silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked that finger and the ring. Oh, what the fuck? She's using her saliva.
力を抜いてください。一気に奥まで入れちゃいますから。無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。
Oh my god.
ほら、ひねって 入るようになった。
Slowly, slowly, Battler's finger went deeper, deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. Oh.
一番奥まで入りましたよ。
Oh.
痛い。痛い。
Why is there so many innuendos? What is happening? Guess Battler married then. The demon's ring tightened around the finger so much that it seemed that the finger would snap along with the bone. Could Battler's hazy expression of anguish really describe how unbearable that filthy pain was?
さあ、一番奥まで入れたまま最後の仕上げですよ。これでもうあなたは永遠に私のもの。
The kiss? Erika touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again.
いいですよ。許してください。エリカ様って言えたらやめてあげます。本当。
This is reminding actually of episode 2's ending.
お許しください、エリカ様。生涯を犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから、この指輪だけはお許しくださいって。そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。はい、よく聞こえませんよ。
Oh. Oh. Oh my.
絶対てめえを許さねえ。
あなたをこんな目に合わせちゃって。
違う。ベアとの指輪を怪我したお前を俺は絶対許さねえ。
Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into muddle condition, they appeared strong for just an instant. It really was for just an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could say those words of resistance until the very end.
やはりあなたは飼いならせない犬って感じです。でもそこがいい。
Erika smiled. Then she turned the diamonds. In that instant, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. His howls had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. Oh. I can't believe Battler fucking marries. The duel of the lovers. A dreary breeze blew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Kanon had already finished walking 19 steps, their backs still facing each other. When the demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each had one of the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hands. The bullets promised certain death, no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all their thoughts to them, as well as their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Oh. Shannon and Kanon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already set aside the feelings they felt during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who could still muster any determination or resolve towards this duel was Beatrice. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Kanon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other?
わからない。私にはどうしても。わからない。
妹よ、我らには見守ることしか許されん。
ゼパルさん、フルフルさん、どうしてこんな決闘を？こんなの恋の試練じゃない。やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。
静かに。
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。どちらかが倒れた方の恋人たちが嘆き悲しむ。あなたたちさえいなければ誰も悲しまない。
If only love wasn't around.
それは違う。僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら。
二組はどちらも破綻したわ。これは必要な決闘なの。
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか？恋って愛し合う二人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか？この決闘は無意味です。だからやめて、二人とも。シャノンもカノンも。あんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだったあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの？私にはどうしてもわからない。
Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
そうだよ。よく気づいたね。
それこそ愛の真実。
何がですか？
愛し合う二人以外に本来は何もいらないんだ。
だからそれが二人でない時、私たちは決闘でその数を二人にしなくてはならない。
This is revealing
一人の女性
everything.
を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。愛し合ういびつな三人を二人にする決闘。しかし彼らは二人と二人、それぞれの世界はもう完成されてるじゃないですか。
But it's 1 and 3.
争わなければならない理由が何もない。
世界を生み出す最小の人数は二人。
二人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ、恋は成就される。
だからこの決闘は必要なんだ。
彼らがその人数を満たすために。
家具は人間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか？
正解だよ。家具は人間未満だから家具と人間じゃ二人を満たせない。
そんなのおかしいです。愛し合う二人の身分なんて関係ない。
いいや、あるよ。本当に愛し合う二人の身分は関係ないの？
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの？夫を持つ女との恋は許されるの？
親との恋は許されるの？子との恋は許されるの？恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
じゃあ家具って何なんですか？どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか？
魂が一人に満たないから。
This is revealing everything.
シャノンもカノンも 駒である君ももちろん。
I was right.
あなたたちはみんな家具。魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
あるわけがない二人の女を愛せばその愛情は一人分に満たない。そのような男に愛する資格はない
ね。人を愛する資格のない人間や身分なんていくらでもあるの。二人の愛の一切あれば関係ない？それは甘い愛の偽善。
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を許さない。世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない人間以下の存在の恋を許さない。僕たちの試練はそのためにある。罪深き魂たちに一人分の魂を取り戻させ、本当の恋ができるようにするために。
Oh. They revealed
ゼ
everything.
パル様、フルフル様。
僕たちの心の準備ができました。
If Beatrice doesn't get that at this point, then nothing will.
どうか決闘の合図をお願いします。
So the three of them are one. I was right. The pair bidding farewell quietly asked for the signal to be given. Zephyr nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a quiet voice to avoid distracting the two
見
duelists.
ているといいわ。
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘を。
いいえ、これは破綻のための決闘じゃない。本当の恋を成就させるための決闘。
私にはあなたたちの言っている意味がわからない。
いいえ、わかりなさい。これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が誕生する瞬間。
意味がわからない。
どちらが勝とうともどうか祝福してあげて。今彼らの家具としての日々が終わる。
合図は簡単。僕が1、2の3を数える。3と同時に決闘開始だ。
承知してます。
同じく。
Oh.
2人が共に弾を外したら一度中断、再び弾を与え、もう一度背中合わせからやり直し。
決着がつくまで繰り返したろ。
ゼパル、この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい？
もちろん何度も見てきたよ。
大抵何度の打ち合いで決着がつくんだい？
ほとんどの場合弾丸一発で決着がつくよ。
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
違うよ。片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる。初弾をもし外したらまず勝ち目はないね。
しかしぼんやりしていれば引き金も引けずに負けることになる。
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい。
いい覚悟だよ、2人とも。では行くよ。
Oh, this is tense. Who is gonna win? Or is Beatrice gonna snipe both of them?
Each.
2の
Oh. Oh.
3。
Oh. In the Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. Oh. Holy shit. In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there with a gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel was Kanon, and lying on the earth was Shannon.
Shannon!
Oh.
シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった。
Shannon fell before the gun fired. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Oh no. Oh. Slowly Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. And the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a bet. If Kanon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Kanon had shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Kanon had also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with the firearm. He was fully aware that if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away, and he had predicted when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. So he had said to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared, so he was confident that he would be able to shoot more accurately. If Kanon had cautiously turned around, and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Kanon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. So no impatience on Kanon's part was to blame here. The two had simply given it their all, left their face to the heavens, and reached this result. Oh.
まさかあの短気な姉さんが撃たないなんてね。
私も意外だった。あの慎重なカノン君が振り向きざまなんてね。
As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached the distance from which she could hit him with even more certain accuracy. And Kanon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. If they both thought this, then what happened next would turn that assumption on its head.
まだ終わっちゃいない。
Oh. Oh. Kanon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel couldn't be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. Oh, he's gonna steal the gun. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And if Shannon calmly shot through Kanon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Kanon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could draw Kanon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. She pulled the trigger just before he reached her, and even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Kanon's forehead as she compared these options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiles impartially. Oh.
しまった。
Surviving past the final moments, Shannon could have shot. Kanon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. That struck Shannon's gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Kanon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither knew whose gun was which. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of the descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up to the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then they each grabbed on one of the guns out of the air, and after they see a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Oh my god. Even that had been like a dance. They each pressed the barrel of the gun against the other's forehead, both steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pressed their triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. That match would end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the result until that moment came. However, it was really impossible for the two holding the guns to know. The muzzle of Kanon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were solemn. The faces of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the triggers were pulled.
悲しまないで。私たちはすぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
Oh, Kanon got the gun.
僕たちはもっと早くこうするべきだったね。
そうすれば再会しなくて済むのにね。
いざこの決闘さえも、もはや今日という日の前にはただの茶番さ。
そうだね。どうせ蘇る黄金鏡の前には本当にただの茶番。じゃあ後ほど。
後ほど。
さようなら。
Oh. Oh. Who died? Oh. Kanon died.
どうした？しっかりしろ！
Suddenly, Kanon fell to the floor as if he had an attack of anemia. It had happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open. Oh, I thought Kanon got the gun.
そんな。どうしたんだ？どういうことだ？これ。
Trying to get a look at the wound, Goda wiped the Kanon's forehead with her handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet blood was pouring out, almost as though it was seeping through his skin.
何やってやがんだ！しっかり止血しろい！それが傷がないのに血が止まらない。カノンがしっかり！カノンが！よしやく！
Kanon's forehead was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Shannon won. Just like a puppet whose string had been cut, he passed away. Oh.
さようなら、カノン君。そしてありがとう。
Oh, wow. Jessica dashed up to Kanon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as the still hot blood was smeared over her forehead as well, she sobbed.
ジョージさん、私が勝ちました。これで私にはあなたを愛する資格がやっと。
Beatrice still exists. Not finally. Beatrice still exists. Shannon leaned against George's chest as though the strings holding her had been cut. George held her in silence. There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs. Oh man.
これで僕たちへの試練はもう十分かい？
十分さ。おめでとう。残ったのは君たちだ。
君たちを祝福するわ。でも忘れないで、愛を育むのがこれからのあなたたちの務め。
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種をどうかしっかり育ててほしい。
もちろんさ。彼女と君たちにかけて誓う。
それでは魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
今こそ君の魂を人間に一人分に満たそう。集え満たぬ魂よ、一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
Oh, Beatrice, when Zapar and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. Oh, Beatrice. So she's not gonna come to Pavlova's wedding? Oh no. It came from the losers of the trial, from Kanon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly the bodies of the two began to break down into flakes of gold dust. Oh.
これはどういうことだ。負けたら消えるとは聞いていないぞ。
As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。そしてベアトはバトラーを愛するために生まれたからその資格を失って消える。
これはとても公平。
So this is what causes...
あなたが生き残ったなら他の二人が消え去ったのだから。
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。こんなところで果ててどうする。それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
I guess she gave up.
私ってどうしてバトラさんを好きになるなんて目的のために生まれたんですか？どうして私はバトラさんを好きなの？好きになる理由を実は知らないんです。
はあ？こんな時に何を。
だって私生まれた時にバトラさんを愛しなさい、愛されなさいって、それが目的で生み出されて、だからどうしてバトラさんを私は好きなのかよく知らなくて。
人を好きになるのに理由などいらぬわ。消えるな。そなたが消えたら誰がバトラを救う。
Nah, Battle is gonna be...
我が妹よ、ベアトリーチェ。
Oh.
私ってどうしてバトラさんのことを好きなんですか？お母様。
Oh. It revealed everything! Ah! Ah! Why? I was really right.
ああ、家庭的なことか。案外苦手なんだよな。この通りガサツな性格だろ。レディーファーストとか、女の子の前では礼儀正しくとか、そういうのはさっぱり苦手なんだよな。
Oh, Bachelor.
だから強いて好みはって言われると、そうだな。ジェシカみたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。俺がガサツなように向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。お互いよ、汚ねえ言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれるラフな関係が理想かもな。
Oh, Bachelor.
だからもしも俺に彼女ができるとしたら、いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。
So that's what...
あ、容姿の好み？ 別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。まあ洋画とかに出てくる金髪母音青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら最高だぜ。ちいちもませろーいってな。
Bachelor, what the hell? Oh, goodbye, Beatrice. Listen, I'm giving you my love for Shermia Battler. Become the kind of woman Battler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then you must love him in my place. And then, if possible, you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please take my feelings that went unfulfilled. My feelings that I couldn't hold back and make my wish come true. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokkenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will become the master of this island and wait for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all my worries onto you while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And in one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything. You will bring blessings to all lovers. When that happens, I'll pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. From this day forward, you'll no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And though, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than those of humans. Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form, however I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. Without love, they will be able to see us. Oh my god. With love, they'll be able to see us.
私たちは夢を見ているのか。ふざけろ。こりゃ何の冗談だよ。なんだ、南條先生を呼んできます。ゴーだ、もういい。
Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke, and his were the most reasonable words spoken. If they called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take pulse off, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like leftovers snow on the spring day Kenan's form had been. By now, not even a trace remained. Oh no, his form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanishing completely.
どこ行っちゃったの？ヨシヤくん、どこ？ヨシヤくん！ヨシヤくん！
Oh. Where is this headed now?
さよなら、お嬢様。ジェシカ。
Oh, he's still here.
カノンさん。
僕たちはもう誰の目にも触れられない。それはつまり彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことだけれども、でもこうして僕たちはここにいる。
そうですね。私たちはここにいる。
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから、悲しむ必要なんてない。
でも気の毒ですね、ジェシカさん。
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
あなたはこれから
姿を失っても、そして話しかけることができなくても、もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれた時、その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、だからそばにいることにする。
良いことだと思います。
君はどうする？
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
密室
After looking a bit taken aback, Kanon laughed gently. Beatrice, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
どうして笑うんですか？私には大切なことなんです。
だって密室なんて体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。
Oh.
僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
そんなのいいんですか？だってチェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか赤き真実とか。
そうか、君は駒の世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界の存在だったね。だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。やれやれ。
Kanon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
敗者同士の仲さ。いいよ、僕が行ってきてあげるよ。僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、入れ替わりでチェーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。
What?
それでいいかい？
気持ちは嬉しいです。
So Shannon does
でも
this.
カノンさんはいとこ部屋から出たくてもエリカさんの封印のせいで。
Unlike the next room over, the cousin room containing Kanon was a guaranteed complete closed room, even counting the windows. But he's Shannon. Not only did he had no way of saving Battler, he couldn't even escape himself.
なら君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
私の魔法で？
うん、僕に魔法をかけて。
そんな、私魔法の使い方なんて。
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
私は魔女ですけれど、その魔法どころか密室トリックもわからないただの。
やれやれ。いいかいベアトリーチェ、一度しか教えないよ。魔女ってのはね。
魔女ってのは？
魔女ってのは謎を解かされる側じゃない。
謎を解かされる側じゃない。
ああ、そうさ。どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい？頭を抱えるのは魔女の仕事じゃないだろ
う。じゃあ魔女の仕事は？
Oh man.
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女、とびっきりの魔法で誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙に巻いて嘲笑ってるやつがいるんだ。
This is so good.
誰にもわからない最悪の謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろしてやる。相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのはね、君じゃない。君の相手の仕事さ。
悩むのは私の相手の仕事。
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室から出すかを悩むんじゃない。チェーンロックの密室、バカバカしいね。なら君はそんなのよりもっともっととびっきりの最高の密室を作ってやってあいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。僕も手を貸すよ。
悩むのは私じゃなくて
あいつらの方さ。地獄の悪魔もひれ伏して絶句する最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす。そろそろ連中も思い出してもいい頃
だ。バトラさんの密室よりも最悪の密室。
あいつらの方さ。地獄の悪魔もひれ伏して絶句する最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす無限の魔女ベアトリーチェの本当の恐ろしさをそろそろ連中も思い出してもいい頃だ。僕らはもうそれを手に入れてるじゃないか。
最悪の密室。
In the back of Beatrice's mind, images she remembered began to flirt by, one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Oh. Trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen somewhere like in a book before. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個。
何です？
それ密室の魔女の喋り方にはふさわしくないな。
やっぱり私は
わらわでなくっちゃ。
Oh man. Okay. Let's go. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied rancoriously, Dolinar could be seen leaning against the pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
それは本当ですか？
近景。現在コーネリア補佐官が現場保全に向かいたる者なりへエリカ卿にも中心すべきかと存じ上げ立てまつる。
わかりました。ご中心申し上げます。ガートルードは式典警備長に連絡です。準戦闘配備。
御意。ご歓談中失礼いたします。本式典警備長であります。
え？私？なに？なんかよ。
だからはしゃぎすぎだって言ったのよ。
Oh, the music.
さすがにシャンパンタワーでボーリングはやりすぎだわ。少し油を絞られてきなさい。
ベルン、こらもう何よ。私なんかした？
受付に差出人不明のラムダデルタ卿宛てと記された封筒が届けられました。
私非通知と差出人不明は全部ポイしちゃう主義なの。そんなの捨てちゃって。
それがこれなのですが。
何それ？これ届いたことは誰かに言った？
いえ、受付の姉妹兵2名と私のみです。すでに箝口令を与えました。
The instant she saw that envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Erika still had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erika. Bern and of course Erika were both drunk. If they left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It's true that this envelope had no sender written on it. However, the seal done it on gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. The seal is. Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents, and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who's thought of a nasty trick.
いかがしますか？狙撃犯は赤色弾頭を携行しています。
Red
ご許可をい
warheads.
ただければ装填命令を出します。
何言ってんのよ。今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が来てると思ってんの？万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったらシエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
了解。通常弾頭で対応するであります。煉獄の7姉妹には監視をつけますか？
いるわけないでしょ。だって7区はバトラの、そして今やエリカの家具じゃない。どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの？とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
先ほどガートルード上席補佐官より準戦闘配備勧告を受けました。理由は不明であります。
ガートルードがじゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。パーティーは賑やかな方がいいってことでしょ。
了解であります。 WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R、警戒発令、レベル2で待機を伝達。
17コピー、38コピー、45
了解。そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。 ちゃってつい。そうそう45、ちょっとこっち来て。なんですちょっと任務中です。ダメ、耳をいじんないで。
Oh, is 410.
耳、おったくに。
なんですって？冗談でしょ？ありえない。
現在コーネリアを向かわせています。ベアトリーチェがここを襲撃する可能性が極めて大です。披露宴を中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
どうしたのエリカ？何か余興に手違いでも？
Oh.
いいえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続き披露宴をお楽しみください。あ、誰かベルンカステル卿に梅干しワインのおかわりを。
Erika didn't have a time to hide her agitation. When Burkastel saw this, she knew that their final late guest had finally arrived.
ルシネ、ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
ゲストハウス？ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
それが密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
Oh.
はあ？あんた分かってんの？いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されてる完全密室じゃない。失踪なんて不可能だわ。
So I was right.
いや、私も裏を取ってきた。
It didn't matter which room they were.
間違いない。カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか。
But murders did not happen, so.
あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。不可能だわ。いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。どうやってユングフラウの封印結界を。いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？至急探しなさい。
At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. That surprise commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
来たわね。
Oh, the music. It's the first and the last.
WO よりオールシエスタ。
This is
高
too
度ある
good!
警戒。シエスタ17。電源系統回復はネガティブ。管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。オールシエスタ。コードレッド。ロックンロール。
コピー。
コピー。
Rock and roll.
了解。あ、じゃなくてコピー。
The sniper teams and the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunitions.
エリカ卿、控室へ退避を。ここは危険です。
何が危険なんです？この世界の領主は私です。その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです？
ガートルード、要人警護結界準備。コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
近景対応中なり。
結界？あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？なんたる侮辱！
This disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a doll. So Battler, how is the married life going for you? Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
遅かったじゃないねえ、ラムダ。
そうね、待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
さっきのあれ何？誰からのラブレター？
ファンレターよ。ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during the blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering demons' attendants all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたいね。カープ、あなたもう戻ってきていいんですか？私にほら牢屋って意味ないし。
確かに。
でもリーチェ、 バトラの密室もいとこ部屋も、そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋も全て封じられてしまった。どうやってバトラを救い出す気なの？
お嬢様が何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮定しましょう。となればそれをエリカ卿に突きつけるべく乗り込んでくるは必至。
しかしこの大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手では、まさかこんなに隠れていたなんて無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
Rabbit ears dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around.
エリカに一度だけ肉薄するチャンスがあれば、五分の勝負までは持ち込めるわ。
なるほど、その手ですか。しかしそのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだといいのですが、いつも面倒くさがっていくらご用意しても嫌われていましたからな。やれやれ、最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
Amid the crowd, Renove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester's troops.
まあエリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。問題はたった一度でもいいからエリカの真正面まで行けるかだわ。シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずよ。リーアならその時間をプレゼントできそうね。
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jumping out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible with Virgilia's vast magical power to momentarily take out all the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. For that moment, the gate cathedral door was blasted to bits. Oh. She's coming right through the front door. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red carpet path to the grave, a calm, majestic figure was...
警護隊、射殺せよ。
ネガティブ。身元照合中。
Dolnor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester Double O didn't respond. Was it because she has been warned about shooting the guests and was afraid of the consequences of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? No, Double O was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
おや、これはてっきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ。
What? These... Oh man, these are so good. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
最高の来賓であるあなたがお越しにならないので、ご心配申し上げておりましたとも。でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった。
Oh my god! Oh no! Is this... Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly.
お前は
Oh no! Oh!
待たせたな、フルドエリカ。
What?
祝福に来たぜ。
Oh yes! What? She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence? She's back.
地獄で会おうぜはわらわの好む別れの挨拶言葉であるが。
身元確認。大ベアトリーゼ教徒確認。
まさにここがそうだぜ。
Oh. At that moment, the two Chessos troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Renove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he applied some sort of magic.
どなたかお医者様を。お嬢さん方が貧血のようだ。
オールシエスタオープンファイヤー。ベアト、今です。
Just an instant before the Chessos troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Why is this looking like a final episode? Oh man, look at the animation. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had meant to the height of her strength, came a spirit wave that exploded throughout the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shards pour down everywhere.
冷戦防御復旧急げ。
However, all the Chessos sister honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers were defended and able to avoid a crash. It will take several minutes before their systems could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Erika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erika in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chester's troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place Hell, and that place running from Hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashed through the corpse-ridden path, truly symbolizing her resurrection.
お嬢様、これを。
もらうぞ。
As she dashed, she snatched something white from Renove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, at an instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly soothed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine.
Oh, 邪魔者がいたか。
再装填完了。データ要求に射撃用レーダー補足。410へデータリンク。
410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her ears and 45s over beforehand. So they were the only ones who weren't taken out.
射撃。
Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, waiting like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her.
こしゃくな。エリカとの一騎打ちの貴重な時間を邪魔しよって。
Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet, then dashed across the table covered with beautiful food. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering the dishes left and right. The gold attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in a pandemonium.
霊視攻撃を避けていたウサギがいたなんて。
まずい。あんなところに陣取られてはどうにもなりません。
What about Goth? A pair of snipers attacking from the chandelier high above were much further away than Erika was, too far from Beato to reach. Furthermore, their positions landed the entire cathedral inside the range of fire.
お気の毒に、ベアトリーチェ様。恋の試練は過酷に。45、追加弾層。
これ
Cap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have them handed her the right way up. Huh? No matter how a distant position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive god. Goth twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. The Chester sisters' greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. You know, if they ever make this into an adaptation, it's gonna be fan service.
この2匹は抑えたけど、あと何秒他のシエスタが再起動する。
And the other Chandeliers, even more powerful Chesters, were slowly starting to move again. It will be impossible to buy any more time.
ガープか、ありがたい。オンに切る。リーアたちも褒めてあげて。ベアト、頑張りなさい。しっか
り。もう時間がありませんぞ。
エリカ
Beata cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erika and Battler were seated. Oh. It's gonna be Gertrude. There, then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beata's path.
禁忌。これ以上の接近を許さないものと知りたまえ。
そんな壁でわらわを止められると思うか。
シエスタ再起動まであと何秒です。30秒ないです。
As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Dolonor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes.
あなたは主の命令ない限り動くことは許されません。
主って誰よ。バカね。エリカのやつってことになってるでしょ。違うわよ。私たちの主はバトラ様だわ。
そうだ。エリカはその代理に過ぎない。
そうよお姉様。私たちは誰の家具。美味しすぎるわ。つまみ食いしちゃおう。
The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered, but it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なりや、エリカ教にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ。
あるわ。我らが主の命令よ。
物言えぬ主に何を命令できるというなりや。
物聞かずともそれを察するが家具の道と見つけたり
ならやむもなし。
The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and received no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
上出来だ。我が家具たち。
They're not yours anymore. Beato shot through the scattered wrecked fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika, Death Sentence Dolonor.
遅いです。もはや時間切れです。ベアトリチェ卿。
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータリンク。大天使衛星よりデータ入電。誘導方式氷結型概念誘導。
シエスタ20再起動完了。
シエスタ127再起動完了。
タイムオーバーに。そこラメ
リーチェ幸運を。
This is definitely gonna be fan service in the anime.
と
どけドラノール・エーノックス。そなたの出番はない。
あなたを否定する赤き真実をベルンカステル教より賜っています。ここがあなたの墓場となり残念です。
Ooh, I don't know what Burkastel had all her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
そなたとは後でたっぷりと遊んでやろう。だが今はどけ。
There's no time. The Chester sisters had already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of a borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。出番を間違えた哀れな出演者があなたです。
Dolinor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beato's head. Oh. However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let the good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Dolinor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erika. This time, not a single person stood in her way.
これはポップコーン。
Oh. Lambda Delta.
どこから。
金系花嫁警護役より金シエスタ姉妹この得体は直ちに侵入者を射殺したてますれ。
The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All the Chess's troops had completely targeted her and removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
なぜ射殺せぬことなりや。式典警備役は直ちに。
待つのです。あれは。
Dolinor's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erika would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot it to kill. However, if Erika picked that up, they must not do so. So they couldn't pull the triggers until Erika decided. Oh?
どうして誰も撃たないの？
よく見なさいよ。ベアトがエリカに投げつけたあれよ。
Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erika. It had fallen to Erika's feet. What was that white thing?
わかってるわ、あいつ。主役ってもんを本当によくわかってるわ。
面白いじゃないですか。
The thing that had hit Erika in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from Ronove. Oh, throwing down a duel. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was a one-on-one duel.
ゼタル、これは何？どういう意味なの？
これは決闘の申し込みさ。手袋を拾えばそれを受け入れることを意味する。
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。拾う必要ないじゃない。
拾わなくてもいいさ。でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回すべてに知らしめるだろうね。恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者の名を永遠にね。
Oh. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. Erika just throws it away. If Erika just kicked it away, then at the very instant, the Chesters would probably fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erika didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid to pick it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she would have nothing to fear, so if she was afraid of doing it, it proved that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ私はこの衣装を汚すことなくあんたを殺してしまいますね。
それも披露宴の余興には面白い。だがそなたは拾うさ。
へえ、どうしてです？
わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。
Because making love to Battler with a stained dress of Beatrice's blood is the perfect victory, right?
そなたはそれが知りたい。だから拾うさ。
興味ないです。さようなら。
拾うさ。わらわが持ってきた。バトラの客室などくだらぬ。もっとシンプルで単純で絶対に解けぬ密室をそなたは聞きたいはずさ。
絶対解けぬ密室。
そなたはわらわの挑戦を受けたいはずさ。なぜならそなたは探偵だからだ。
Oh. Oh, Erika threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes, before she is a bride or a piece or a witch, she's one thing first and foremost.
私は探偵です。あなたを私の対戦相手に認めます。ただあなたはこのゲームに登場する資格をロジックエラーは修正できたんでしょうね。
その手袋を拾えばそなたとの戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しようぞ。
グッド。
Oh man. Oh. The cathedral was filled with shatter. Erika had picked up the glove. A duel! A duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erika's nod, Duelenor pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel, however no one would be allowed to interfere in any way.
大丈夫です。
Oh, wait.
あなたを助ける方法はもう見つけました。
Oh, I see.
今あなたを助け出します。もうしばらくだけ辛抱してください。
Beatrice's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erika. There can be no doubt. That's the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the presence of the Master of Closed Rooms. Oh, let's see it. Battlefield. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Kanon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight through it, trying to break through, and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Kanon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet, and as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushurmiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battle's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and passed to the door to the parlor. Then the doors to the kitchen and dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight, he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty. His face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. What? The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Oh no! Cross-Sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten that impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Adam was a really strict person, ever since some rumors went around saying that she was strict on female servants, but soft on male servants. I got the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I seen her alone, I noticed her shoulders sagged with the pain of many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the only person I might have called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him for over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up having it with a neutral expression. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She helped me out many times. This is revealing everything. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost all of that chance for all time. Shannon is my Nissan. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say that was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at this instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh, it's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George, Sama, and Shannon's. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling that we never really made that clear. Nah, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You have had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off and were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he tried until the final moments when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set.
Battler-sama, 大丈夫です。今、お助けします。
Oh man. Battler responded faintly. Farrell hadn't imagined that help would come to this eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might have been an auditory hallucination brought about by the fleeting delusion, that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Kanon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into the bundle. He probably used trial and error to see if that could be used as a rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options to escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a little blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Bern Castal's brutal method of escape, cutting himself into pieces and washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. At the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had it been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with such an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And even in the last moments when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape this closed room that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor with the chain still around his neck.
Battler-sama, Kanon です。どうかお気をしっかり。
He wiped Battler's face with a towel wet in the sink. It's Beatrice. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. It's Shannon, come on, open your eyes. She...
カノン君か。
そうです。カノンです。よくぞ今日まで耐え忍ばれました。
ちょいと寝坊が過ぎたみてえだ。
Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
もうバトラ様を縛るものは何もありません。さあ早くお戻りください。
でもよ、あのチェーンを開けるとまた鎖につながれちまう。
大丈夫です。もうバトラ様を縛る鎖は存在しません。僕がここに残ります。
Oh my god.
だって
By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else, so he was more filled with shock than happiness, shocked at the determination of the one willing to become the new
僕
prisoner.
は大丈夫です。何も心配することはありません。
しかし
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが終わりなのではないですか。
俺は
早くお戻りを。あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。
Shannon.
あなたはまた帰らないのですか。
His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当にいいのか。
はい、それでいいんです。これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
借り？俺カノン君に何か。
バトラ様の借りではありません。いいから言ってください。僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。さあ早く。あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないん
Kanon,
です。
you are an unsung hero, man.
早く。
Okay, you straight to S tier. Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Kanon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out. The happy sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Kanon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had appeared and captured their new prisoner. He remained inside this endless closed room in Battler's place.
カノン君、俺もだぜ。
何がですか。
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。この恩は必ず返す。それもすぐにだ。
期待していいやら。さあ走ってあなたの愛する人のところへ。そしてどうかもう二度と迷わないで。
Battler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor. Whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Battler. Kanon still connected the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. My dear, now he had only to worry about his own job. Stay in this room and fix the error in logic.
これでチェーンロックをかけて。
As soon as he set it in, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erika hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. The tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden here, the logic will be
簡
preserved.
単な仕事だな。バラの手入れより簡単さ。
Oh my god. Kanon went in it and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small golden butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place.
別にいいさ、これで。借りは返したよ、ベアトリーチェ。
The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I paid all my all my debts now. Now all my debts are.
ジェシカが貸してくれた音楽テープ返してないや。
Oh man.
いいよね、ジェシカ。あれ気に入ってたんだ。だからプレゼントにしてもらってもいいかな。ダビングして渡すからダメ？
Come on. Don't do this to me. Slowly, Kanon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a gold planetarium. It faded away like the lights of fireflies and was painted over by a pitch blackness for all eternity. In a cathedral, the gold attendants were all jostling around each side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beatrice and Erika. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zephyr and Furfur.
フリントロック式ですか。また古風な。
気にするな。悪魔というのは様式美にこだわるものでな。
Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun. This was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistols used in the duels between Shannon and Kanon, those bullets had contained magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
ベアト、心配の必要はないわよ。あっさり勝って。またリーアは悪態の日々だわ。
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請してみましょう。私。この戦いが終わったら、たまにはぶらりとカリブの方へ船旅にでも。
We need a vacation, don't we, Runaway?
この勝負が終わったらはやめとけって。決闘前に演技でもないわ。
ベアと緊張感を持ってヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
なんでリーチェがリラックスしててリーアが緊張してんのよ。
ベアトリーチェ様に不利な一騎打ちだ。
どうして？本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。ところがゲームが中断されたため、手持ちはバトラ様の客室の謎くらいしかないのよ。エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがっても全ての謎を解明したことになってしまう。勝てるわよ、ベアトリーチェ様とバトラ様の我らが二人の主を私は信じる。
Oh man.
お呼びですか。ありがとう。
Oh.
珍しく勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。だから先にお礼を言っときます。すべて職務です。感謝の必要はありません。あんたが前回のゲームの時、私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれた時嬉しかった。
Stop, Erika! No, I don't want Erika to die.
私生まれてから誰かにかばわれたのってあれが初めてだった。 我が主にさ、私はかばわれたことがない。
Why so many
私が
death
主に
flags?
与えられたのは、暴かれた真実には暴き返すことで自分の痛みを打ち消すという傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。
傲慢をお許しください。私は守らねばと思いました。あなたがどんなか弱い真実で生き、それをよりもっともらしい虚実の横暴で虐げられてきたか察した時、あなたを守りたいと思いました。
ありがとう。短い間だったけど、あんたは最高のパートナーでした。
これからもです。
そうですね。
Erika! Oh no, she already knows.
あいつを倒したら、あんたと一緒にこの島でいっぱいミステリーを作りましょう。
No, stop! Stop with the...
そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。
Stop with the death flags,
そうで
please.
す。
Please.
気に入れました。あなたの挑戦楽しみにしています。
あ、嘘ごめん。今の撤回です。こういうの負けフラグって言うんでしょ。
Oh.
さあいいかい、二人の決闘者たち。
With the two demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense
魔
smiles.
法の銃に込める弾は鉛じゃないわ。
ミステリーとファンタジーのうがち合いは赤と青の真実を弾とするべきさ。
互いに真実がある限り弾は無限。
ただし一撃でも当たれば即死。両者覚悟はいいね。
当然。
無論。
Oh man.
栄光ある元老院の議員にして偉大なる絶対の魔女大ラムダデルタ教おいでませ。汝この決闘の立ち会い人となることを誓うか。
I am the Senate.
もちろんよ、誓うわ。
The crowd split and Lambda walked forward with Bern Castell by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
ベアトリーチェより封書にて物語の修正書を受け取ったわ。審査の結果、内容は有効。ロジックエラーの回避を宣言するわ。チェーンロックはかかったまま、これまでの赤き真実に一切矛盾しない。
Chatter, chatter, chatter. The many goats attendants knew the details of Battler's closed room. They realized how difficult it was, and though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the recession, none had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって本決闘は有効。決闘はたった1点。バトラの客室の密室をめぐって行われるわ。
The closed room of Battler's
チ
guest
ェーンロッ
room.
クがかかった密室から後ろ宮バトラは失踪した。これについてエリカは青き真実の争点を、ベアトリーチェは反論の赤き真実の争点を、決闘は決着がつくまで続けられるものとする。
上等だ。
上等です。 OK。 それではベアとあなたが修正した新しい物語と謎をエリカに提示して。
密室のいとこ部屋よりカノンは魔法にて封印を破らずに脱出。密室に至り魔法にてバトラを密室の外へ脱出させた。くだらない物語。
結構。エリカ側確認は？副賞要求バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
受けようぞ。バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
Oh my god.
副賞要求バトラとカノンは別人である。
受けようぞ。バトラとカノンは別人である。
結構です。エリカ確認は以上？今ので結構です。戦い方は決まりましたので。 OK。 両者は弾丸を装填なさい。
Erika turned around, pressed her fingers against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet, and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be red. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erika to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then she looked at Battler, who was sat on the throne of the territory lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with his sluggish eyes, but a flood of emotion passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Oh, Erika closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distraction of the outside world disappear. Good. It's always been like this, but my concentration is really good. Are you ready me, Furudo Erika? First, let's lay out the situation. Battle disappeared from the closed room. The chain lock is still set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Kanon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. Probably is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Kanon was in the cousin room, in the guest house. The room was completely sealed with packing tape and had been proven the seal was intact until the time of the logic error. In other words, Kanon escaped from a closed room that was absolute, with no chance for excuses or twisted logic. Good. This is what they should call it, a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfect closed room known as the cousin room? If I got stuck thinking only about that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect closed room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Kanon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is completely sealed. Is a completely sealed can. If he wasn't there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Ah, you fucked up! You fucked up! Let's look at the time I checked everyone's location and sealed the rooms. That's the most suspicious part. At the time, we have 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of those 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Kanon or Yoshiya or even Puropuruyo Pico Man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It seems perfect at a glance. However, though that phrase, everyone else seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it has been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over, so humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Kanon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshiya. That was no red truth. In other words, what if Kanon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the right truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Kanon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushiromiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Kanon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see. The double name trick. Stupid. So stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Kanon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang. The gun had fired, and tip of my fingers were stained with blood. The Bluetooth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I've already had Dolonor seal that one a short while ago. Bluetooth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden, so I can't use it.
どうした暴発か弾は慎重に込めぬとな
Oh man
うるさいです。ちょっとしたミスです。
隣部屋の窓くだらん小細工で塞いだようだなガープに聞いたぞ
そうですか。それが何か
ドラノールそのくだらぬ封印を解け今やその封印は貴様らの枷であるわ
Beatrice has figured out everything I've been thinking, and she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
エリカ卿解いてください。あんにゃろう後悔させてやります。
Bureaucracy is no longer our enemy.
準備はいいようだね。決闘者たち、良ければ向き合って銃口を。そして真実の火種で着火を。
After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erika spun around. Beatrice had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile as if she's been kept waiting. Then without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that have hid within their barrels at each other.
来い楽しませてもらうぞ
始めなさい。まずカノンがいかにしていとこ部屋の密室から脱出したか、それを弾丸とします。
ほうそちらから来るか来るがよいぞ存分に
参ります。
After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beato once more, Erika pulled the trigger for statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。カノンの名は仮のもの、本名は未だ不明です。彼の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じだったなら隣部屋の在室確認に矛盾しない。つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず隣部屋にいることができるということ。
The goat attendants shattered and clapped their hands, thinking, yes, such a move would work. Ah, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective.
隣部屋は確かに封印されましたが、ロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。カノンは隣部屋に存在し、その窓から脱出したのです。以上。
Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. No, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable closed room tricks.
封印時の隣部屋にいたのは秀吉、ジョージ、熊沢、シャノン、南條である。そして隣部屋の人数は5人である。この5つの名に該当する者以外は存在しない。すべての名は本人以外には名乗れない。
It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people had been limited to 5, any leeway for Kanon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was not clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Kanon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories.
思えばそなたは前回の寝ぼけたわらわしか知らんのだったな。どうだエリカこれが黄金の魔女のゲームだぜ。
I'm glad to have you back.
バカな。魔法で
I'll still
カ
kill
ノ
you
ン
in
が
the
部
end,
屋を
though.
抜け出したっていうの。
I still haven't forgiven you.
それよりどうして銃を弾くなんて甘い真似を。
人間側は魔女の謎を全て打ち砕き、魔女側は人間側の推理を一つ打ち砕けばいい。これではアンフェアだろ。だからわらわも同じにすることにした。
同じ？
わらわもそなたの推理を全て打ち砕いて勝利することにした。カノン脱出の謎はわらわの勝ちだが、もう一つバトラに辛酸をなめさせた最初の戦場に戻ろうぞ。
The letter? When Beato snapped her fingers, the guest room of battlers was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
エリカ、拾え銃を。この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
その言葉そっくりお返しします。私にチャンスを与えたことを後悔させてやります。
立ち会い人よ、エリカに X を許す。
Allow Erika to use X.
X？ 説明不要の根拠ね。で、何を許すの？
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに、
So not following Nox anymore.
カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そうぞ。
A theory explaining how Kanon saved Battler would also need to explain how Kanon escaped from his own closed room, or had no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Beato was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part.
当然です。あんたはカノンがバトラを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから、そんなのもらえて当然です。
Oh. Erika faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all the noise and idle thoughts down to 0. Oh man. Erika. Let's go, Furudo Erika. Detective Furudo Erika. As long as Kanon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Kanon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Kanon entered in his place. Kanon set the chain lock. Kanon went into the closet. The end. But the seals... This satisfies the 2 red truths about the chain lock being set and Battler's absence. In exchange for this escape trick, Kanon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for arguments on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him, and the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible, and yet Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there is absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I couldn't call myself a detective. Consider it, imagine it. Don't stop thinking. You could say that's how you drive the wedges into witches. What can I expect to see is, yes, wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
副将要求バトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
認めようぞ。バトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。そういう話のつもりだが。
副将要求私の入室からロジックエラージまで私とバトラとカノン以外に入退出したものは存在しない。
認めようぞ。そなたの入室からロジックエラージまで客室を出入りしたのはそなたとバトラとカノンのみだ。
副将要求それはすなわち3人のことである。
認めようぞ。そなたとバトラとカノンで3人である。
You could construct a human theory, actually.
定義確認。この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい？ 3体が出入りをしたってことですよね。
I've had enough of things being mixed about, with names and number of people. I want this point to be clear.
無論だ。3人、すなわち3体が出入りした。そなたとカノンは入ったのみ。バトラは出たのみ。すべての名は本人以外に名乗れないと赤き真実ですでに語っている。よってエリカ、バトラ、カノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れぬのだ。
I can't construct a human theory. Sorry, Beatrice. I can still.
副将要求。
Oh?
私は救出者ではない。
Oh, what was that?
当然だ。そなたは探偵ではないか。安心せよ。わらわはそれを尊重する。
She's not the detective.
定義確認。救出者の定義とは？
This is also important. Okay, I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally.
救出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びかけ直したものと、バトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく。
Since you said after Battler unset the chain lock, it's also impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can't focus it even more. A chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Kanon can be the rescuer. And Beato has already said that Kanon is the rescuer with the red truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Kanon to be involved, at least so far.
副将要求出入りの定義とは客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである。
認めようぞ。
副将要求客室とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の全てを含む。
認めようぞ。クローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさらさらないわ。
定義確認客室内とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の3区分である。
わらわもその認識でいるぞ。そしてすでにそなたはベッドルーム、バスルームの2区分で誰も隠れていないことを赤き真実で確認したはずだ。
副将要求クローゼット内には誰かがいる。
拒否する。
どうしてカノンがそこに隠れているからですか？
カノンは魔法が使えるのだぞ。確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたが、その後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだ。 だからクローゼット内には不在。よって復唱はできるわ。
それの復唱を再要求します。
バカめ。魔女側には魔法で行ったことについて説明する義務はないわ。
Oh man. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Kanon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Kanon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Kanon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Kanon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him, and I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who had gone in and out of the room had been confirmed by both name and number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was sealed at the time Battler's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it was certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allow Battler's escape, is Kanon, the only person to enter the room, except for me and Battler. After Kanon entered the room, he set the chain. He hid in the one in place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Well, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I'd cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, when I investigated the bathroom, Kanon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bathroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. I spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Kanon's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is in the bedroom. That was a close one. If I'd been 1 step slower, I'd have said that there was nowhere to hide except the closet. And that she just said that the closet was empty. Huh? No, wait. Works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving the logic error, she's discovered this strange trick. If only I noticed the closet, she'll have Kanon hide under the bed. And if only I noticed the bed, she'll have Kanon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I choose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can checkmate her. Incredible. I never heard of such an unfair trick. If it was a sleight of hand, it'd just be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it recalls a double check. No, a discovered attack. Oh wait, would it be a discovered double? Checkmate. Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches and mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that bordered my white king felt almost like an art. So beautiful that if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truths. And though each of those truths are truth, they're incomplete if they're all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world.
真実は一つしか存在しないというおごりが、たった一つの真実を見つけただけで、それ以外の真実から私たちを盲目にしてしまう。ありがとう、ベアトリーチェさん。まさか魔女にこの世界の真理を教えられるとは思いませんでした。
Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening with a morning dew dripping down its side, Erika raised her gun.
私の勝ちです。あなたのダブルチェック見切りました。
ならば来るがよ。
バトラの客室失踪トリックは以下の通りです。バトラは私の室内探索中、クローゼット内に隠れていました。そしてバスルームの騒ぎの間にチェーンを外し、室外へ脱出しました。この時廊下にはカノンが待機していました。カノンは入れ替わりで客室に入り、チェーンを施錠しました。これがバトラ失踪のトリックです。そしてその後、彼はベッドルーム内に隠れました。私がベッドルームに不審者がいないことを確認した後のことですので、それは有効です。よって救出者カノンはベッドルームに潜伏しています。
What is Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc. It's not Kanon in the closet, it's Shannon. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beatrice didn't pull her trigger, however she did quietly argue back with the red truth.
ベッドルームにカノンは存在しない。
Oh, the goat has tendons, gasped. Erika had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the goats, who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though as if lost.
次が本命です。これが並び立つ真実を知り得た人間の答えです。どうやら幻想物語では第二の晩までが終わってるみたいですし、ならば私が残りの晩を遂行して黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょう。あなたが負けて消えるならば、それは黄金のバラに包まれてがふさわしい。
Oh, the fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato at the closet.
ベッドルームを否定したならば、もう逃げ場はここしかない。死ね、カノン！
The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot past Beato's cheek, hair, and shoulders, then then percussion the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouged the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouged the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th twilight, on the 8th twilight, gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance.
これが私の暴く真実です。以上。
When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges pierced the closet, disappeared. However, that many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room that had been created around them became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. By now the duelists and the crowd of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beatrice remained. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the hole covered the closed door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. A figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumbled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
客室にカノンは存在しない。
Oh.
もちろんクローゼット、ベッドルーム、バスルーム、このすべてにおいてである。
But it allows for Shannon to exist in the bedroom. Or
カノンは
Beatrice.
バトラーを逃がしクローゼットに隠れ、そして魔法にて消えた。それが魔女の真実以上だ。
勝負ありです。それ以上は。
Oh.
勝者ベアトリーチェ。
Oh. The attendants let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The 7 sisters jumped around in celebration. And at the same moment, the 2 demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The head's ring worn by Erika was slowly crumbling to the ground. The cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness.
バトラー
Oh man. Oh my god, the two of them are combined. Beato lashed onto the coffin Battler in joy. Then Virgilia, Gap, and Ronove did the same. Oh. All of the 7 sisters also crowded about him in delight.
ひでえトリックだ。こんなので通ると思ってんのか。こんなトリックじゃまた人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。いいえ、
立派なトリックです。愛がない人には見えないです。バトラさん、バトラさん。
エリカ卿、エリカ卿、誰かデートを早くです。
The rose of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals.
第3度概念否定書。
Third-degree conceptual denial
存
syndrome.
続系中和剤は不可。大至急の最短承認でのみ中和可能。駒の主に最短承認が必要なりよ。
Pieces master must provide.
ベルンカステル卿、最短のご許可を。ベルンカステル卿、どちらに？
Oh.
式典警備隊に捜索要請。ベルンカステル卿を探したまえ。
Wait. Where is she?
了解であります。オールシエスタ、データリンク、捜索体制。
Wait.
卑劣。主が駒の決闘を見届けないなんて卑劣が過ぎると知れ。
Bern Castell, what the fuck? Erika, who had been held by Dilnor, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen. Oh, Bern needs. Angie needs to punch. Angie needs to punch Bern Castell in the face. Needs to knock some teeth out. Please, please. Angie. I'm still mad about Angie. But she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded the last moments of her life.
神と悪魔たちよ、彼女の高潔なる散り際をどうか語り継ぎたまえ。
Bern doesn't care about Erika. Come on.
高潔。悪役ってのはきっちり無様に散って主賓を盛り上げなきゃです。
I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
エリカ卿、動いてはいけません。下がりなさい。下がれ！
When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts.
私は真実の魔女フルトエリカ。
Oh my
真
god.
実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女。私はようやく自分の本当の真実を受け入れられそうなんです。
Oh no, she's fading. No, don't die, Erika. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beto hugging each other and looking at her. Bern needs a... I need to watch Satoko kill Rika one more time. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy. I need Angie to take revenge on Bern Castell in the future. Please let that happen. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. I need the confrontation between them, actually. It's still not resolved. The grudges of episode 4 are still not resolved in my heart. Please. Pity and sympathy will only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best.
エリカ卿、もう決闘は終わっています。
終わってないんだ。
死が二人を分かつまで
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚せない。
The two demons grabbed Dolinor's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beto and Battler despite it all. Goodbye. Why did they kill the best characters? As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died. So even though it had been settled, it hadn't been ended. It hadn't ended. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back. They both walked forward to face the noble loser.
Erika.
復活おめでとうございます。あんた、長男の層を持ってますよ。ろくな女に好かれやしない。
Oh man.
そうだな。俺もろくな女に惚れねえな。
ベアト。いいえ。あんたたちに頼みが。
もう人たちを望むのですか？
エリカ。
受けようぞ。そなたの高潔なる申し出を。断る無粋をわらわたちは持たぬ。
Oh.
ありがとう。
As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Oh, I'm so sad. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Oh. Then Battler placed his hands on hers. Oh my god. Oh man.
もう決着してるのに、これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
エリカ様。
私はなぜ何の力にもなれずここに。
ドアノー。
見届けなさい。それが親友の仕事でしょ。
Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. So, though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
最後に自己紹介しとこうと思いまして。
I'd like to finally introduce myself. What? What's she saying this late into the game? No one could imagine the red truth Erika had loaded.
ベアト、いいのか？
Oh. Oh. Look at this. The gold light. Oh man.
はい。構いません。
わかった。
Please don't die, Erika. Please.
せめて最後の引き金は一緒に。
わかってるぜ。
Battler placed his hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
バトラさん、会えてよかった。
Erika still needs to get hers. Needs.
俺たちは永遠にずっと一緒だ。
We'll be together for all eternity.
イチャイチャと見せつけてくれます。イラついてきてたんです。やっぱお涙で退場は私の好みじゃないです。やっぱ悪役は最後の最後までこういう面でなきゃ。
Oh my god, Erika.
いい面構えだぜ。お前との結婚生活もヘドが出るくらい楽しかったかもな。
It'll be the kinkiest married life that you could ever imagine, Battler.
当然です。毎日のけぞらせまくって快楽の世界に閉じ込めてあげたのに。
Oh man.
お前ごとき小娘。バトラを虜にするにはまだ1000年早いわ。
ああ、あんたの顔もそれが一番キュートです。お互い
最後はこういう顔がいいですよね。
来い。
Oh man, this is so tense.
これが探偵フルドエリカの最後の捨て台詞。そして自己紹介です。
Oh, it's Alto. Erika spun an magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering the blood and glow of the fire
はじめまして、こんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。招かれざる客人ですが、どうか歓迎を。我こそは来訪者、ロッケン島の18人目の人間。
The 18th human.
申し訳ないが、
そなたを迎えても
17人だ。
Oh my god. Oh man. 17 people. Wait, so there's Kinzo is dead. Kanon doesn't exist. Beatrice also doesn't exist. Because they are Shannon. They're the same person. So that makes 16, and then Erika is 17. I see. Oh my god! What was this episode? Oh, what is this music? Oh. This is the... Oh, the music is so good. Wait, this is the track. Oh man, Dawn of the Golden Witch. Truly. What was this episode, man? Erika died. Or maybe she didn't. Oh. Oh. Oh man. Oh, new elements. This has been something else. Thanks for watching. Next time we'll go see the tea party and I guess the question marks. I guess we'll need to see what Angie thinks of the whole thing, I guess. Need to see yeah, need to see what Angie has to think. Oh, sorry. Thanks for watching.